Any comments, any ideas or thoughts? I was going to ask you, what do you think about the previous discussion, but Katie, you already mentioned this, and I think it's also important for all of us to keep the number of agencies in mind and how much we can dedicate to the groups. I think we also often want to we're very eager to do things, but then it's really complicated to follow up on things. So, yeah. Katie.
Yeah, and I see there is a question in the chat about like the merger of groups. I think we do have pretty clear and defined deliverables that we want to accomplish for this group for 2022. But I think if there's, I mean, I'm not close to the idea of merging because, as I was mentioning, we have a really small workforce, so it can be quite difficult sometimes to push these things forward. We have to put a lot of our own personal investment and energy into anything that we accomplish. But we do think it's really worthwhile because, again, having 194 people at this webinar, you know, when everyone is experiencing online fatigue, and it was so interactive and engaging. So I think, yeah, I mean, I think we see the utility of it, so we definitely want to push through. But I guess those are some of our considerations in terms of merging.
Thank you. Yes.
I think what could be an option is to see, based on the deliverables, where we can work together on specific outputs. So I think that definitely makes sense. Merging, I'm also not so sure, because I think in the end we still address different groups with specific needs, and merging doesn't necessarily, except of the products that we're going to produce are more or less the same, does not necessarily reduce the workload, but could make it even more complicated, bringing recommendations together for different groups. So I would, from my point of view, I would try to discuss this based on the specific deliverables that the different groups have, and then more than happy to cooperate with other working groups.
Brilliant, thank you so much. And as you were discussing, I was just thinking something that I had a brief conversation also with Ben and with Nina before, is that we also could think about, especially with these areas of work, when we're talking about gender and we're talking about other aspects of diversity, such as race, migration status, etc., is to what degree we can capture the intersectionality of these issues if we work on them in a way, in a kind of a separate way. It's just a food for thoughts in all of this discussion around how to move this forward. There's also comments about the newsletter. Indeed, Inka, we would definitely do that connection to make sure that it's referred to and shared through the reference group mail out. And then exactly, Mary, a little bit on the lines with what I was saying about the intersectionality and addressing more the collaboration between the products that we create. So I think maybe after we see what all the groups have in mind, it will be important to look at what are the groups as they are right now the most useful way of reaching them, or are we thinking maybe a little bit, we can think a little bit out of the box, or we'll see how that moves forward. If there's not any other comments for this group, maybe we can move to the next one.
Yeah, just to highlight what Lee said though, and it will be in the newsletter, the webinar is available, and not to plug our own work, but I think our colleagues provided really interesting presentations and insight. So I highly recommend checking it out.
Thank you so much, Katie. Excellent, thank you so much. Thank you everybody else. Let's then move to the next one, which is DRR and climate change. I believe Brandon and Matthew both are in the call. So over to you, colleagues, for the update.
Thank you, Carmen. Thanks, everyone. So I'll start with updating on our achievements and things that didn't happen, and then hand to Matthew for the second part, the last two boxes. So this year we published this technical note linking MHPSS and DRR, which you can see on the page here. Earlier this year, this was a few years in the making, but informed by a lot of the past years of activities of the group, and sort of the first, I think, of its kind, really talking about how the concepts of MHPSS and disaster risk reduction really link together, putting together preparedness ideas within a disaster risk reduction framework, laying out some case studies, having some practical tools. So we're quite proud of this publication as a group, and have some plans to build off that, as Matthew will cover in a few seconds here. Another achievement of the group this year was to integrate MHPSS considerations into the overall IASC key messages on a common narrative on climate emergency and humanitarian action. So this was a big document on, actually not so big, 20 pages or so, but a document on key messages around the climate emergency, and had several different themes in it, but we were fortunate enough to be able to get MHPSS covered within the document in a number of places. So we're quite happy about that as well. And then we, as a group, supported the development of this special section on MHPSS and the climate crisis with the intervention journal, which will be coming out the first half of next year. Things that did not happen in 2021. So we had planned to do a mapping exercise of MHPSS specific to what people are doing about climate change, adaptation and mitigation. So a little bit more precise on that climate focus, and this was kind of brought into our minds from last year's discussions around this topic, and how important climate change was for everyone. But we added this deliverable, and we did not complete this deliverable. We've started it. It's being initiated, and so it's sort of underway, but not completed. And then same with the idea of developing some preparedness training materials. That was part of what we're thinking is a next step from this technical note, that are also initiated but not completed. So I'll stop there and I'll hand to you, Matthew. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon, and hello everybody. Good to be with you. So as to question 3, whether to continue or not, we discussed this as a group and came up with a resounding yes, and from the group. And basically the purpose is, going on to question 4, to focus on those 2 planned deliverables that we didn't get to in 2021. So the mapping exercise for MHPSS and climate change, which is being led by the collaborative. You know, I think the purpose there is really, you know, there's so much out there in terms of causes of climate crisis, you know, depression, anxiety, and so on, but there's a lot less on the interventions, what we're actually doing about it. So we really want to understand, explore what's out there and what can emerge from that. And also then build that into the other key deliverable, the development of the preparedness training materials and packages, which is being led by Margriet Blau. Really with that purpose, building on the technical notes, making it operational, giving agencies tangible ways to implement preparedness. Doesn't seem to be much out there on this topic. That's probably what the mapping will find out. So we see this as a first of its kind, having something really concrete, especially making those links with the DRR community, and then also building on that and building into it in terms of key messages, advocacy messages, who they would be targeted to in terms of making those links. So they're quite integrated together, those 2, and we're looking forward to those going ahead. So that's the brief updates, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Thank you, Brandon. Are there any questions or comments for our colleagues from the MHPSS DR and climate crisis? Amin, yes, over to you.
I'm biased, of course, because I work closely with Brandon, Matt, and Margriet on this group. But let me share with you important updates that the IASC in the current restructuring, identifying climate change. They use the term crisis instead of climate change. So they use the term climate crisis or climate emergency and identifying it as one of the IASC priorities. So it would be very important on doing similar activities as planned deliverables in 2022 on providing feedback to other documents, not only the document you included here in key achievement in item number 2, but likely during 2022 there will be requirement of getting IASC reference group members' inputs on number of IASC documents to make sure MHPSS is represented. Second, I think would be really great if the group looked as part of the planned deliverables, and the co-chairs can work with you on this. And I hope also different reference group members who have the link on networking, because this group would need really to have as a member the UNDRR. If this group is talking about DRR, it's like a big gap if we don't have the UN agency on DRR represented within the group and reviewing formally. Currently, it's happening informally, but we need them to review formally all what we do. So any agencies that can help in bridging that gap that we have within DRR would be great to contribute. And finally, I think similar to what the disability group did a while back, looking at terminology. One of the challenges in the field of climate crisis is that terminology on MHPSS is not consistent, and the field start to use terms such as eco and anxiety, terms which are, in my opinion and other people's opinion as well, might be labeling by giving diagnosis of specific mental health conditions to sometimes what is normal reaction, and labeling people experience. And also the term psychosocial, the term mental health sometimes used, but also when we refer to crisis and ecological emergencies, while we need consistency around the term MHPSS. So I think within this field there is a bit of need also in reaching consensus on terminology. So it would be great if the DRR and Ecological Crisis Group can help us collectively on this.
Thank you so much, Fahmi, for those comments. We also have a comment from Lee, and I agree that, and that's why the name has been expanded. I think that what Fahmi was referring to is to change into crisis and not climate change. But of course, we keep ecological as well in the name. Yes, and to look into those weaponization of the mental health reactions to climate change is very, very important. Anything else? Any other comments? We know there's a lot of passion on this topic, so I'm pretty happy that the group continues and linking those two areas, not just on the climate and ecological crisis, but continue to link it to prevention and DRR. Are there any other comments or ideas or suggestions or questions from other colleagues? Not that I can see.
I'm just going to make one comment that mental health. No, I just want to point out that the climate and ecological crisis are cross-cutting issues. So I would be very happy, the disability, the men and boys, the child and family group are discussing the implications for them, because it's a cross-cutting issue, and that would feed into any training that we develop and indeed enhance it. And I've just been thinking about all these things because Margaret interviewed me this morning. But the other thing is, I hope that we can, we are in danger of being pushed into mitigation and response as opposed to prevention. And I really think we have to look at that again across all working groups. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Lynn. And actually the point that you were mentioning about cross-cutting, I would like us all to keep that in mind. I think with all of the groups, obviously we have a children and family group that is going to have a lot to say when the People on the Move group works on a package for people on the move, and they need to take a look at the elements of children in there. When our colleagues work on climate crisis, we will have to look into the gender aspects of that. And so this is just whatever decision on each of the specific groups. I think we all as a reference group need to keep on remembering that we are all the reference group, and that we should always seek those supports and connect members from one group to the other with delivering these please take a look on the aspects of your group can bring into it. So I think that's in general a call to all of us to continue all of our groups working together and reviewing, and of course then the processes of review also allow that when organizations review the different elements that we create. So very important. I think all that we do is kind of connected. So very important point. Thank you so much. Any other comments? Sorry? No, okay. Anything? I don't see anything else. So we move. Thank you so much, Brandon. Thank you, Matthew, and Dean for the comment and Fami. Next is peace building, another group that has been busy, as you can already start to see in the PowerPoint. So can I think it's Claudia from GSS who's going to help us presenting. Claudia, over to you.
Thank you very much, Carmen. I hope you can hear me well.
Very good.
Yes, I'm happy to present the work of the thematic group Peace Building, which is co-led by UNFPA, Henya Dakak, and GSS, Ananda also, and myself. And yeah, I can start with the increased interest in the topic. I think that we have seen a steady increased interest over the past 3 years. And this year we have also had a few new members joining, and also a constant group, which is nice because it took us also a while to come there. A constant core group who is continuously working on the topic and sharing information, and we have a regular attending members of about 20 plus for each core, which is nice. The main achievement, I think, in this year is the establishment of a consultancy process. Even so, we have a lot of interest. The resources are limited, as we all know. We have our other regular jobs. So we are happy to have support from 2 consultants to draft guidelines on linking MHPSS and peace building. It's Mike Wessels. He was mentioned already yesterday a lot with the IASC pyramid, and his colleague Raksha Su. We are pleased that WHO and UNICEF is funding this consultancy process, which is a great support. And yeah, that kept us a bit busy this year. So we did all the contracting, we set up a steering group, we did the TORs, etc., what needs to be done. And we are in constantly contact with the 2 consultants. The process will continue in 2022, which will be then the perspective in a minute. So we had done a global survey so far, and we will actually right now we have a deeper dive into 4 country studies like Sri Lanka, Philippines, Colombia, and Syria. So far for the consultancy process. And what we also did, we continued the webinar series that we had started in 2020. This year we had 3 webinars. They are all mentioned here, so you have the opportunity to look at them. They are recorded, and that was also quite successful. And we had a great support from MHPSS.net, also from Marcio and Ananda to do the logistic and to record and to publish the webinars. What did not happen in this year, we had actually a couple more plans for the webinars. So there will be some coming up next year on Sri Lanka, on Colombia, and South Sudan, and Cambodia. We are planning, so we couldn't manage them all. We had a discussion in our last meeting if we want to continue this working group. I mean, with regard to the consultancy process and the interest, there was a clear yes. So there is energy to continue this work. And what we are planning for the next year, I mean, I mentioned already, we're going to finalize the guidelines. There's a lot of work still to do. We will have reviews within the thematic group, but of course within the reference group in general. So we will share it with you. And we would like to continue the webinar series. And if possible, we are also considering to publish something about the work that we are doing, an article or something similar. That was the last idea we gathered in our meeting. Yeah, and another topic I would like to mention, there is always a request also to increase the trust building between the members. That is something that is a bit on extra, because of course we are working on products, we are working on topics, and still it's important to get to know each other better. and to strengthen the collaboration between the organizations. That is at least the need that we have heard from the members, and we will also save some time for that in the nearer future within our meetings. Besides, maybe from GIZ perspective, I would like to add that we, after 3 years of co-leading this, we would like to finalize this guidelines process, MHPSS and peace building. So, but in the second half of 2022, if the work will continue, we would also like to have a transition and maybe ask someone else to step in for the co-chair. But as I said, with UNFPA, we agreed that we will finalize this project, and then would be happy to support someone else to join in if there is interest, just as an outlook for 2022 second half. So far from my side, maybe Ananda, would you like to add, or Henya if she's in the call? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Very impressive, and thank you so much for presenting. That call is being made, colleagues, you know, for somebody to take over after a lot of excellent work from GSH. We will continue, but asking for a little bit of a replacement on the co-leading. I'm going to check very quickly their questions. My bad, I'm just letting time go, and we do have another 3 groups, and we don't have that much time, but we're going to try to see if there's any interesting questions in the chat, and we can respond them in there. Fahmi, over to you, and then I'll check on the question from Mary.
Thanks, Claudia, for the excellent overview and for the peace building group for their work in 2021. I'm intervening because I want also to acknowledge that UNFPA, in addition to WHO and UNICEF, contributed also financial resources to the process of the consultancy, and likely will continue. So UNFPA most recently, for example, supported the translation process of the audio recording of the focus group surveys that Mike and Raksha has contributed to. So want to give the credit to UNFPA colleagues. And one of the things we are really happy with, Carmen and I, is that this group has engaged UNDP. Classically, UNDP was not engaged with the IASC Reference Group, including when the guidelines was developed. Actually, this interest and activities by the MHPSS and Peace Building Group has brought UNDP to the reference group to become more engaged, which was great. One humble suggestion for the group in 2022 is to consider, as part of the guidance, as a knowledge product that will be developed, to make sure that there is guidance, couple of pages for peace building fund, on which projects they can fund, or what are the priority activities for MHPSS and peace building, because that was a request from the peace building contact group. I know it might take time until we finalize the knowledge product, but clear 2-pager which would put the priority activities with clear set of recommendations for peace building fund, I think would be very, very useful, because likely the topic will remain as one of their priorities.
Thank you so much, Fahmi, for those comments. There's also a question that if that's okay for you to maybe try to respond in the chat about the focus on equity, maybe moving forward. And Marcia, well noted your question. If we can have that, maybe we'll have time at the end of the day when we discuss moving forward, and we go back to just agree finally on the thematic groups. I'm just looking at the time. So yeah, we'll try to do it like that. If we have time now, we'll, you know, what the outputs of this question are. Thank you so much, Claudia. Thank you, colleagues from Peace Building and Fahmi. Can we move forward now to another group who's been busy, which is the People on the Move? And Marie and Annie, over to either or both of you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It'll be both of us.
Perfect.
Yes. So Our top achievements are really all around the launching of the multi-agency guidance note for MHPSS for people on the move during COVID-19. So that was truly a multi-member effort. We didn't have the privilege of having funding support, which I think also is one of the reasons when things doesn't move as quickly as you would have wished them to do. But we were very happy and proud to be able to actually launch the guidance note in June this year. Let's see, I'm going to put the link to where it is in the chat. We also have a Spanish translation, which is really a testimony to a number of the Spanish-speaking countries over in Latin America, having people on the move very much on their agenda and in their work. So during the time after, in the latter 6 months after release, we've had a chance to disseminate the guidance note through various organizational and virtual platforms and webinars. So most of the member agencies have made this guidance note available on their homepages. We've had the chance to be part of some webinars where we could highlight the need for MHPSS support for people on the move, including among others, MHPSS for Migrants, an event organized by the IFRC, Mental Health in an Unequal World, organized by IFRC and WHO and IOM and UNHCR. So it's been quite good, the interest and the uptake. Now, what we didn't manage to get to this year was the advocacy brief that we wanted to accompany the guidance note. And also there was a lot of discussions around future looking. So we had hoped to have a finalized TOR for the next piece, but it's still in draft. We'd like to work on co-creating a resource, most likely a technical note on MHPSS for people on the move, and I'd really have that as an expanded global guidance that would encompass all types of emergencies that cause displacement and migration. So here you can really see, I mean, is it conflict? Is it climate and ecological crisis? Is it pandemics? We found that there's a lot of voices that talk about the need for a global guidance on this, and the aim for such a one would be to get IASC approval. With that, I'll hand over to Annie and also say that in terms of my co-leadership of this group, Save the Children will be stepping back in the next period, but we are hoping for the group to continue.
Thanks, Marie. And yes, very sad to start off on that note. Marie will be stepping away from the co-chair, so that's an alert to any and all interested members here. If this speaks to you and this is something that you'd like to contribute to, please.
Sorry, can I confirm it's safe? It's not Marie. It's safe. Nobody else for safe is taking place. Just to clarify. So we're looking for colleagues. We're looking for agencies. Would be interesting.
Agencies.
In taking over. I was wondering if you could bring some of your colleagues in that.
Thanks, Carmen. No, thanks, Carmen. I think the nudge is needed. But yes, let's see. But just to echo, not to add a whole lot more because Marie's already highlighted it, but you know, the planned deliverables for the next year were really to finalize this advocacy brief. The guidance note itself is 20 pages, 21, 22 pages. So we want to create something that's a little bit more digestible and something that really can be used with policymakers and those in a position to move this forward globally beyond us as active members. And then the second piece is to look, as Marie mentioned, hopefully with the help of a consultant, to develop this global guidance note for people on the move. And then finally on the continuation, yes, we think that the group should continue. You've heard already some comments. There's lots of interconnectedness and opportunities for collaboration. So would like to keep that question outstanding as well. We would like to continue, but maybe in a different format or different, you know, whatever that might look like in the coming year. And at this point, Carmen, happy to take any questions or any thoughts or feedback on that as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Annie, and thank you, Marie.
I'm trying to follow the chat, and I think I see that IOM has now volunteered. just step in. That would be absolutely
So,
fantastic.
I think good is clarifying that he was referring to the peace building.
Oh, it was the peace building one. Ouch.
Yeah. Guli was commenting that IOM has an official position on peace building now. So the request is there. Also the space for questions and comments. I would kindly request at the moment in the chat, if we have a little bit more time at the end, I would like to try to get everybody to participate on time. But thank you so much. We will continue. We will follow up on these requests, and thank you for the presentation. It's okay, Anne. Can I then please ask our colleagues from the staff and volunteer care group? Sorry, Fahmi, over to you.
Thank you, Carmen. No, just Guli mentioned that for people on the move, we have reservations. So it's important to hear what reservations IOM have.
Please. In a minute, sorry, I have to be about one saying in a minute. Guli, over to you. We hope the opera was nice yesterday.
Yeah, no reservations about the group, reservation about us being the co-chair of the group, because obviously we are involved in so many political processes, you know, in relation to this specific population. There are issues with definitions and so on. So I think it's better if, also with Peter, I think, you know, share the same feeling that we prefer if there are NGOs that run this group.
Very clear. Thank you, Guli.
Thank you, Guli. Thank you so much. Wonderful, and thank you, Fahmi, for the question. Carly, Sarah, can I turn over to you to guide us through the staff and volunteer care group?
Of course, thank you so much. So I just wanted to really quick start by taking just 2 seconds to really thank Andreas had been co-chairing in his previous role, the ISAC and staff volunteer care, and really led this whole project up to where it is now. So I just wanted to take a moment and really thank him for all that he did. But the top 3 achievements for the staff volunteer and CAID guidance is that we really made significant progress on the guide. And then that we completed the majority of the case studies. And then the things that didn't happen in 2021 were really the failure of the review of partner organizations. And that was just kind of more on the group and kind of the disinterest of the group that kind of fell off, and then just COVID. And I think a lot of us just being really tied down. And then the review of the larger group, and we didn't get it finalized. And we're still missing 1 case study, just to note. And then I will turn it over to Sarah from SAVE to go over the focus for 2022.
Thanks, Carly. So for 2022, the plan as it currently stands is to complete essentially the updates that are currently being made based on the last review. Those will continue, potentially adding in another case study. We're also discussing the possibility of integrating more practical operational guidance into the note. And the idea is that once those changes have been completed, we would then share the newly updated note with the broader group for your feedback. And then next year, based on the feedback we get from that review from the broader reference group, we would then update it and finalize it, and then proceed to seek endorsement. We're also discussing the possibility of some type of practical action to happen once it is finalized and endorsed, recognizing that quite a lot of our organizations have really stepped up their staff well-being, staff care, MHPSS for staff activities over the last 2 years, mostly pushed by the COVID crisis. We thought that it would be a good moment as we're sort of, finalizing and launching the final guidance note to also have some type of practical consultation where those organizations that have been trying new things, implementing new approaches, piloting new activities, could come together for a really practical knowledge sharing, best practices, talking about what's worked and what hasn't worked. And that would really help all of us to think through how we operationalize this new guidance and how we build on what we're already doing and how we support each other to tackle challenges as they come. So that's some of the things we have in mind for next year.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you, Kali. And I agree on thanking Andreas for all his work done in the development of these guidelines up to now and in the group in general. Just to mention from my side that as maybe many of you colleagues in the call also know, this is not an easy product. I think there's a big commitment that this is an important product, that we all see the need to provide guidelines and to push this agenda of like staff care and volunteers care. We also know it's very difficult because it's not a purely MHPSS product. It has to do in many cases with what organizations do, and that is related to the human resources department. It's not as easy as it can be with other products. So it can have different levels. In that case, the suggestion guide, more practical guidance on advice and more MHPSS advice for organizations can be an easier one to have. But if we really want to achieve this bigger transformation of organizations working on their duty of care, that is very complex. And I think it's going to be very important for all of us in the reference group to provide support the colleagues in this group and provide our inputs on how that will move forward at the beginning of next year. What is it going to be more doable, a multi-agency and an IASC product? How can we break through to India and have the product, which I think is, we all agree is necessary. But it's a complex one. So we are going to ask our colleagues and in general in the reference group to support us with the consultations moving forward, with the input and try to get it done in the best and more feasible way possible. Fahmi, you also
thanks, Carmen, and thanks, Carly and Sarah, and also Andreas for the work on this. I just feel that it would be really a challenge for some of the UN agencies to clear this document, to endorse this document, because this is beyond the MHPSS focal point. You need the human resource of different UN agencies to actually endorse this update to the duty of care, and that's such a huge task. We cannot clear documents within the IASC reference group. It needs to be sent to IASC principals and to the IASC OPAG, and the IASC OPAG likely with a document like that will consult extensively with human resource department, because that have new implications for duty of care. So my suggestion, we don't wait for the consultation if we want this document. Actually, we need a wider consultation process, and we cannot go to HR and give them a recommendation. We need to formulate and discuss recommendations within, and I'm afraid this has not happened in the process of developing the document so far, including HR of some of the larger NGO coalitions. This has not yet happened. I see Mark raised his hand, and I see Guli raising remarks. So Mark, Guli, please.
Yeah, hello everybody. First time I speak in the meeting. I wish this to be really successful, and I wish the IASC to sign it off as an IASC product, but I cannot imagine it for the reasons just mentioned. I even think we have a good process. I don't see UN agencies signing off on HR policy that doesn't come through themselves. I just I wish I was wrong, but I can't see it happen. So I think what perhaps is relevant is to think through, well, how can this IASC reference group produce a product with that constraint? Is it going to be an IASC product, or is it something else that's going to be said, or how? Because it's just it's sometimes the bureaucracy is just working hard and getting through their politics, should be strategically smart. But here, I just don't see how to do it. And I don't think it's just as Peter says, it's just a review by HR. And I think they if it has an implication on working hours, on staff contracts, on anything, it seems to be an impossible barrier. So that's it. But I want it to be successful, but I just don't know how. Thank
you so much, Mark. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Guli and Peter, and in the chat as well. And of course, that's exactly the difficulty we wanted to bring here. I'm going to pass to Peter before I finish my remark. Peter, over to you.
Now, can the co-chairs of the group explain once more? Maybe it was said, but I didn't hear it. Is the focus of the document on all humanitarian workers, or is it? What I want to say is, if it would not be a recommendation from the group to the UN agencies how they should organize their staff care, it is much easier to get through. So if it is focusing on, for example, how local organizations could or should do this, it could be easier. So I just want to know the focus. Is it because otherwise we are, if UN signs off, UNHCR signs off on a document that recommends themselves to do things that they can't do or don't want to do, it will be difficult.
No, I think that's a good point, Peter. One, we did originally, I think it was more broader, and then we got together last year, Andreas, myself, and a couple others, and we really tried to focus it more on local NGOs, which I think is critical, and smaller international NGOs, right? And I think we could probably strengthen the language to focus more on that. And I think the document already does recognize, especially smaller groups, and the difficulties they have with lack of funding and other things to, support and focus on staff and volunteers. Yeah. So I think that will help a lot. And that really was the idea behind the document, and why we're going to look at making it a little more practical, is really a document to serve those organizations, both local and smaller, international NGOs that might not have the resources at the ground level to support their staff. So I think that should help, and I think you brought up a great point.
No, I think that is helpful. So two things, and then one is, I think, focusing on national organizations or smaller organizations could be helpful. And the other thing would be that the document doesn't have the status of a guideline. That is in the UN, at least in UNHCR, it's a very, that's a very politically strong thing. A guideline means something we can be audited on, and we can be punished, and if we don't do it, which would be good, but we never, I'll tell you, we never get this document into anything like that. So if you would avoid words like, well, guidelines is very problematic for WHO anyway, because you have to do an evidence review, but also words like guidance. So if you could just say tips or tools or something that or how helping national organizations to improve staff welfare. I don't know, you have probably thought about this, but just to make it, I think the impact would be larger if you make it less binding, because then at least you'll probably get somewhere.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, we are over the time. We have one more group and we haven't reached. I still think this is a very important discussion to have, and we also want to hear the next group. So, Guli, I'm going to go to you very quickly and refer our colleagues to the comments in the chat, which are very useful as well.
So I think honestly, the problem is not how it is called, but the stamp that it has on. So multi-agency can be, I think, interagency standing committee that has to be approved by the principals, not really, because they cannot approve something that has not been agreed from one side with the HR departments and so on, and on the other with UNDSS that has actually the duty of care for UN staff, in general, also from the psychosocial point of view. This is particularly important also if this is limited to small organizations, because IOM, UNHCR or WHO will never sign on something that regards small organizations that they might fund because then this will create a duty of care whenever they fund these organizations. So I think that probably my suggestion is not having it as an interagency standing committee product, but as a multi-agency, as someone already suggested, where probably UN agency won't sign off.
Thank you so much. Precisely what we were discussing about consultations at the beginning of the year, this is again what I was referring to bring again our colleagues in one of the reference group calls. We will have a dedicated time. We tried to do before the end of the year, but it was not possible for our colleagues. So we will do that next year so we can bring all of these ideas together and see how we can move it forward despite the challenges. I have my own thoughts about also telling small NGOs how to do something that maybe sometimes they do better than us. Just dropping in there. But I want to thank you so much. As you can see, this is a very important topic, and we will be looking forward to liaise with Carly, with Sarah, and the other colleagues in the group early next year to see how we move it forward. So thank you so much. Can I please ask maybe Inka to guide us very quickly on suicide and self-harm, and how is it looking forward?
Hi, actually it's Claire.
Oh, is it Claire?
Want to take us through it? Our other co-chair, Claire, are you there?
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Yeah.
Sorry, Claire.
No worries at all. No worries at all. Wonderful to be back with everyone. So we just wanted to give some updates. We've had a really productive year. So we have now developed a comprehensive draft of the guidance document, which we're really pleased to be able to share with you. So this has been building on the literature review that was conducted last year, which Sonali, who's also on this call, had taken a lead on, and a lot of collaborative efforts by thematic group members to contribute to the writing process, sharing of key humanitarian context examples, and also the editing process. And also support as well from an APA fellow who is working with Inka at WHO. So just to share very briefly, in terms of the way the guidance document is organized, we really wanted it to be helpful guidance that was really clearly grounded in sort of nuances and recommendations that really would resonate within a low resource humanitarian setting. So in terms of the contents, there are sort of core components that should be kind of regarded as the initial first steps and best practices in terms of coordination and collaboration across multiple sectors and stakeholders, and conducting an assessment of the context and the needs and resources regarding suicide and suicide prevention to help guide that programming. And then some ongoing activities in terms of the monitoring and evaluation and well-being and core competencies components. And then we've got a section that has a number of different activities that could be conducted as a part of suicide prevention efforts. So one has to do with awareness raising and advocacy, another around means restriction. And this, of course, took a lot of really kind of adjusting to what would be realistic within a humanitarian context. Another is with regards to ensuring responsible communication and media coverage. Another really substantial component is on capacity building of frontline workers, which again, in a low resource setting is so crucial when we may not have the mental health workforce to really be able to step up. So really looking at the frontline workers, but also all of the kind of gatekeepers within the communities. Another activity is providing mental health care as a part of general health services and how suicide prevention efforts can be included there. And finally, building life skills of young people. As we know, young people are also at an increased risk of suicide. So this is something that we're really excited about. Initially, this was a product that we thought might be 3 to 4 pages. And at this point, with all of the momentum, but also a lot of really key guidance that we wanted to include and also really key examples, it's now at 30 pages. So it really took on a life of its own. And this really has been a tremendous collaborative effort. Now, one thing that we wanted to mention as well is, so within our group, which has expanded a lot, there's been tremendous interest So we've got about 21 members at this point. And something that has really helped this be a great success is not only having membership in terms of kind of core sort of traditional HQ, IASC, MHPSS Reference Group members, but also a lot of really key actors on the ground who have been doing more focused, dedicated suicide prevention efforts in humanitarian settings. And this collaboration has really helped us. It's something that has really generated a lot of positive momentum, but also really, again, making sure we're grounding our guidance in quite practical and feasible ways. Also, another deliverable that we had initially indicated was with regard to developing an assessment tool. And at this juncture, we now have an annex as well, which is a situational analysis that can be used by technical working groups or individual MHPSS actors, but hopefully in a more collaborative fashion to really be able to help guide those efforts in understanding what trends they're seeing, what vulnerable groups they're seeing, what existing efforts may exist, and where the needs and the gaps are, and how to really identify those. So that's now something that we're considering sort of an achieved component of the TOR as an annex to this guidance document. In terms of sort of the evolution of this work and discussions, one additional kind of interesting development has been that UNHCR has also been working on a suicide prevention toolkit, a bit more specifically for refugee camp settings. And so and UNHCR is a member to this group. So we've also been in discussions to really try and look at both of the key resources and see how there can be complementary core recommendations and guidance, while also making sure that they are distinct products. And with that, and also with our sort of identification of additional components that we wanted to add to this guidance document, we want to take a little bit more time. So we've got this draft at this juncture that we're very proud of, we're very happy with. We've now circulated this updated draft to our thematic group members, as well as to some key colleagues at WHO. And once we receive feedback on these drafts and incorporate that, we will then be circulating more widely to all of you. So to have the key IASC MHPSS reference group members to also be able to review and to give us any recommendations or feedback. So just in terms of the kind of anticipated timeline, we're hoping to be able to share something with you in January or February. And then what we were thinking to do is to have a field test version. So then to be able to roll this out, to disseminate this widely to humanitarian actors on the ground, to start using this and to tell us if it's helpful, if anything might be missing, if anything might need to be kind of tweaked, and to really have several months of this testing, field testing, to be able to hopefully further improve upon and strengthen it. So this was sort of our vision for the continuity of the group and the finalization process, let's say, for the guidance document itself. One other thing I wanted to note is in terms of this. Oh.
Sorry, final thing, please. Sorry to interrupt.
It's okay. If we're out of time, that's fine.
No, please go ahead. Just final thing.
Oh, I was just going to say, in terms of discussions about the continuity of the group, we were thinking about what are some additional thematic areas that we might want to dive a little bit deeper in. And so two that we're thinking about are more specific guidance or recommendations with regard to suicide prevention for children, and another with regard to working with GBV survivors and understanding some of the risks that are a bit more specific and nuanced for that population. So those are additional elements that we might look at. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you have also a suggestion maybe in the thinking about merging, that idea that men and boys are also a subgroup that needs a lot of attention in this regard. So this idea of maybe thinking about the merger or the focus, if you wanted to focus. Inka, over to you. I'm looking at Fami because we're really taking a lot of time for the next session.
Just one sentence that I've been reading in the chat and just welcoming input from other groups, especially men and boys. Zainab mentioned child protection. I say yes, absolutely. Let's connect about it and make sure we integrate some of these points from your group. Over, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Claire. Sorry for not letting you as much time as other groups. My final thought on all of this, let's keep these ideas for the final discussion at the end of the day, not just narrowly on keeping or not keeping each of the groups, but more broadly how we can maybe merge some of them or how we can work together in a better way. Thank you all of my dear colleagues. Thank you, Maya, for the backup support. Over to you, Fami, with a small apology.
Thanks, Carmen. Thanks, Inka and Claire, and great to see the progress on this group. Thanks all. I don't want to take more time from your session, Sylvie. This is an opportunity to go together a bit more in depth on something that we discussed several times during yesterday. Is actually the surge support. Surge really changed the way we operate within the IASC MHPSS reference group, and Sylvie will share with us. Sylvie's from DSS RVO, and will share with us also some of the highlights of the engagement with DSS. Sylvie, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Fami and Carmen, for the floor. I'm going to share my presentation with you. So let's see if that works. Can you all see my screen? Can you? Yes.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. So thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about our DSS program again. Most of you are already aware of our work, and especially it has been mentioned a couple of times yesterday already. And I would like to go through it a bit more in depth, and also share with you some key results and outcomes, and would also welcome you to ask any questions at the end. So let me basically introduce our program to you first. We started last year, so in 2020, and our program will be for 3 years initially. So next year will be our 3rd year. And after that, we are looking for possible extension of this program, or we're also welcoming other agencies to take over this search role. We are going to implement an evaluation of our program now, so that will also influence the next possible program. We provide search support on request of agencies. We provide rapid deployments, and currently we have expertise to set up MHPSS structures in countries. So we focus on MHPSS technical working group coordination at the moment. The experts that we deploy are embedded in the organizations, so they are one of their own staff and should be treated as such. And that is very important for us to collaborate with new agencies, which we're always open to. But especially looking at the security of our deployees, this is a very important point. Our program also advocates for the integration of MHPSS support in humanitarian crisis, and we provide capacity building of our experts in the field. This is a basic overview of how we work. So the DSS MHPSS program is implemented by the Netherlands Enterprise Agency. And we have a database of experts, and we work together with the IASC Reference Group on MHPSS for their advice and support during the implementation of this program. And they provide support before, during, and after deployments, and also with the capacity building of our experts. We received a request for support from UN agencies, but also from NGOs. We are currently funded by the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and what we do is we deploy and support experts in the field. Let me go through a couple of facts and figures over the last 2 years. So since January last year, we have 29 deployments. And for those who are remembering yesterday's slides on the DSS program, on the search support program, you could remember there was 27 deployments. And the reason why I have a different number is that one deployment started this week, and one deployment didn't go that well last year, so we decided to fill this role again with a new deployee, and that's why we counted it as a separate deployment. There were 30 experts involved because one of these deployments has been filled in by 2 experts. There were 11 female experts, so about 35% of these deployed experts. And I also included a number of months of these total deployments, and that is 105 months so far. And what's interesting about this number of months is that usually we have deployments of 3 months because we are only a search gap filling mechanism. However, we have extended some deployments during the last 2 years, and that's why the total number of months is more than 29 times 3 months. So we're actually doing a bit more than only these first 2 numbers can explain. We have over 285 experts on the roster at the moment. And we have covered with our deployments 55% of all humanitarian emergencies and even 85% of countries with a functional MHPSS technical working group in emergencies since the beginning of this program. So that's actually a huge achievement so far. We also have been involved with capacity building of the people on our roster. And so far we've provided 10 trainings. And as you can see is that we have, as Fami actually explained it yesterday, that 2 years ago there was only a very small pool of coordinators available to support the technical working groups in emergency contexts. So that's why we've decided to train experts on this specifically, and we've provided 2 trainings last year and this year on MHPSS technical working group coordination specifically, to enlarge this pool of possible coordinators to be deployed in the field. We also find it very important to train to focus on the behavior of the employees in the field when deployed, and that's why we already provided 5 trainings on the code of conduct, and our intention is that everyone on the roster has followed this training. We also have implemented training on effective communication. 2 of our experts have joined the training on child protection in emergencies provided by UNICEF and UNHCR last year. And there's one training that will be implemented this December on mobile data collection during emergencies. We focused, especially in the workshop on MHPSS technical working group coordination, largely on problem solving and case studies, for which we use the experiences of our first year of the deployments. And we use that to train new experts, also to learn from previous mistakes and successes. Yeah, so that's how we are improving our roster. What happens after a deployment? So we are only there to fill gaps. It's a 3-month deployment usually. Well, what we've seen in the past is that actually quite a number of deployments have been extended. The positions have been extended by the requesting agencies. So here you can see a list of positions that have been extended after our deployments. Some have been filled by the deployees themselves, which is amazing, although we lose these excellent experts of the roster, but we are only happy with that. And some have been filled by other experts. Then there's also this option that deployments are extended by our program for a maximum of 6 months, so another 3 months. And that is actually based on the situation. So there's no one size fit all. It's just we're always looking at the context and also the effort that the organization has been taking to find or secure this position for a longer period. And for example, if an organization is already looking for a fixed term or trying to secure a fixed term position, then we're usually willing to gap fill for an additional month or so. And these are the 4 questions that you can see on this slide, are the questions that we ask the organizations if they ask for an extension request. And on the left, you see some pictures of experts that are currently deployed in the field. We have several partnerships, standby agreements for the DSS program at the moment with the organizations on the left of this slide. We're also part of the Standby Partnership Network. We're always welcoming other agencies to reach out to us if they're interested in possibly partnering up with us for MHPSS deployments. So this is what we can offer to our current partnerships, but also to possible new partnerships. We have an extensive MHPSS network, and when people are deployed, we provide the daily rates, and during their deployments, we provide them with an insurance when they go to the field, with medical checks before their deployments, and we will offer psychosocial support to the deployees themselves before, during, and after the deployments. With the support via the IASC Reference Group, we provide them also with the right expertise support during deployments. And lastly, also the training modules that I was just talking about. And yeah, should any of your organizations or any of you want to ask us any questions on possible collaborations or previous deployments or anything else, please reach out to us. We're always there to discuss the options and the possibilities. And you can use this email address. I will also put it in the chat for you. And then I have a couple of questions to you, actually. Fami, would you like to share them, or shall I share them on the slide?
Please go ahead, Sylvie. Thank you.
So actually, we're very curious to hear from you. So I would like to open the floor for a discussion. And my main question would actually be, what are the needs that you see in the field at the moment? Because at this point, we have been focusing on technical working group coordination mostly, but this is not fixed. This is just a reaction to the needs in the field. But can you think of any other needs that might be supported via the CERT support? We open the chat. Technical supervision. Thank you. Or is there anyone who has any question on our program at the moment?
There is a question from Anand. Sorry, go ahead, Carmen.
Sorry, no, please come. Go ahead.
Thanks, Carmen. So the question from Ananda is about how much does it cost to deploy an expert on an average for 3 months, and how much of this is done by DSS and how much by the host organization? It's common question, but the answer is simple. So floor is yours, Sylvie, please.
Thank you. Great question, Ananda. Yeah, so the average cost is about, for an in-country deployment, is about 30,000 euros for a 3-month deployment. But it really varies because some countries have a higher DSA rate than the other, so it really differs. but that is generally speaking the amount that we work with. We provide all the costs for accommodation and DSA, but the requesting organization should take care of the local transportation and security. So, for example, in case of an evacuation or anything, or any local transportation, that should be covered by the local of the requesting organization, and the deployee should be treated as one of their own staff. But all the costs, the travel costs to a country are covered by us. And should R&R be in place, then the traveling to an R&R location should also be covered by the organization, although we provide the DSA rates during the R&R time.
Thank you, Sylvie. Is there a suggestion from ARC on support to the co-chair on doing their function, on supporting the DSS, and happy to reach out to you, to the ARC team to have further discussion on this, of course. And Guli suggested also one of the functions can be clinical supervision. Peter is asking a question, Sylvie, could capacity building in a specific technical area be considered as a goal?
Yes, definitely. And as a goal, you mean as the goal of a deployment?
Peter, please.
Yes, that's what I mean. So sometimes, I mean, till now, the deployments are focusing more on coordination, setting up working groups, etc. So, but sometimes you have very specific requests on a specific topic that emerges in a specific context, and when none of the organizations there really has a good answer. So then a deployment of an expert for a few months could help if that person could then take the lead and do capacity building. But till now, I haven't considered that. So maybe we can, Sylvie.
Actually, it happened, but the floor is yours, Sylvie.
Thank you, Fami. You can always join, step in. No, we have done a few deployments that were not focused on coordination. So one focused on child protection in combination with MHPSS, and one more on training, so capacity building of national actors. So we are flexible in this sense, but so far our main focus has been the coordination, so establishing coordination mechanisms. But we are thinking about our plans for next year, so we will be thinking about that. So I will take this into consideration. Yeah. So if you have any more ideas, or if you have any concrete requests, please let me know, Peter.
Question from Zainab on what would safeguard the multi-agency rule. Happy to respond to that, but can also to get thoughts from you, Sylvia and Carmen, on this very important question. There were a number of earlier deployments, specifically in 2020, where there was a discrepancy between the expectation of the deployed surge capacity and the hosting agency, where there was a misunderstanding that the person deployed will focus on agency-specific priorities rather than the interagency coordination and priorities. And the interagency rule is common in all requests. So when Peter asked about capacity building, our criteria when we look at the TOR is whether the capacity building would be serving an interagency function, like group of agencies asking for capacity building on a specific topic. The deployment that happened, for example, that Sylvie mentioned as an example, was done by ACF to build the capacity on the monitoring and evaluation framework for groups of agency of the MHPSS technical working group. So the criteria really always remain that this should be deployments for interagency rule, and deployments to serve a specific single agency function should be funded by the agency itself. The rule of the agency is host, and what is offered here by DSS is full salary, full coverage, full insurance for the person, travel cost, but the hosting agency plays a hosting function and provide direct this support to the humanitarian community. So when we found that a number of deployments, we had this discrepancy, the learned lesson in 2021 was that 100% of the deployments need to have one of the co-chairs at the induction. So we do briefing and attend, either Carmen and I, on behalf of the IASC MHPSS Reference Group, and clarify to the host agency and to the colleague supervisor from the beginning, this is not a deployment to support one agency to support. And actually we start to notice that this is making a difference on clarifying the expectation and help the colleague not to be in a position where they are sometimes turned into confrontational position with their own supervisor. Sylvia and Carmen on this topic, please.
I think you're already very clear, Fahmi. Thank you. Carmen, you want to add anything?
No, that's absolutely a perfect summary of what I was thinking as well.
Yeah. I wanted to respond to Koen's comment on the standard periods, because 3 months is short, and I completely agree with that. However, so far we have, it's a balance between the funds that we have and the support that we wanted to give to several countries. So that's why we came up with the 3-month deployment. And we will take this into consideration during the evaluation of our program to see if this is still the right period. So thank you for your comments.
Great. And Elise and our colleagues well noted on your comment, and thank you so much, Sylvie, for your great presentation. I want to give the floor to Koen to also talk about a rapid deployment mechanism that do exist with support from Save the Children, focused mainly on child protection, MHPSS aspects, and Save also planning, as we heard from Marie earlier, about scaling this up in the education cluster. So Koen, let us hear from you on your deployments and the surge capacity that Save the Children is supporting, please.
Thank you, Fahmi. I think, Maya, I had a little presentation maybe that you can launch. Yeah, you can immediately go to the next slide, actually. Okay, just to remind you, the CPAOR, the Child Protection Area of Responsibility, is a member organization, and our mandate fits within the UN architecture. We are mandated for coordination issues. We also do advocacy. What you see here is something of advocacy. We calculate funding gaps, and we go with that to donors as well. We focus a lot on the humanitarian program cycle, on HNO and HRP. Next slide, please. If we talk about deployments, then we have to see basically the deployments and the rapid response team in a wider pack of support that we provide to countries, which is our essential task, right? We have a starter packs for coordination teams. You have help desk, and then we have the deployments. For example, the last 2 months I have been in Ukraine, in Burkina Faso, and in Gaziantep, working for Northwest Syria. And the CPAOR as a whole has been doing 9 deployments to 7 countries, which is not so much, but just due to COVID, normally it's much more, and we're speeding it up now. And also general capacity development actions is something that we do a lot. Next slide. This is a bit about the starter pack. I just mentioned this here quickly because we were discussing also the help desks with the MHPSS Reference Group here. So it's just an access to a drive. Next slide, please. So the help desks that the deployments are linked with are really overloaded with questions. Here you see an overview of how many questions that we receive, and that are linked also to myself as well. When the help desk cannot answer something, it comes to me regarding MHPSS. Next one, please. I wanted to show this slide because basically what countries are a lot searching for is examples, right? They need guidance, but really a lot of examples and formats. Next slide. So what are the top 10 requested topics basically for deployment and for the help desk? You see CPA coordination, then you see their MHPSS.
which takes an important task, but this is a bit misleading because when we talk about CP coordination, taking into account that the majority of the budget from child protection goes to MHPSS. Actually, there is also a lot of MHPSS in CP coordination, case management, and assessment, measurement, and evidence, right? Okay, next slide, please. So when we talk about MHPSS deployments and the CPAOR, what's good to know is that there is one standby partner. That's I'm deployed by Save the Children, and in the CPAOR, there are 2 consultants currently. We have a costing consultant and technical support consultant. And we also have an intern working specifically on MHPSS, and I get support from a business continuity specialist, which solves all my administrative problems and things like layouts and everything that we need to deal with. And then we have 3 information management specialists, which comes in really very handy and are great, really. Next slide, please. So when we go on deployment, when I go on deployment, but also my colleagues, we try to link in with the other work streams within the CPAOR. As I mentioned, the help desks, but we also have a number of thematic specialists. In total, we have 21 people in the CPAOR. We have a very good localization specialist. We have somebody working on violence against children, child and adolescent survival support, strengthening government leaderships, of course, the humanitarian program cycle. We have 2 people. We also have children on the move linked with DTM from IOM, and we have child helplines. So when we go on deployment, basically, we do not only focus on our core tasks, but we also try to link up in every deployment with these work streams as well. Next slide, please. Yeah, so one thing that we actually have been focusing on a lot, also with the assistance of Save the Children, is localization. I know we want to focus also with the MHPSS Reference Group more on localization. So we have help countries develop dashboards, guidance, and toolkits. And we do that through the 4 pillars of country support, from which the RRT is part. Next slide, please. Then there are some special initiatives that we are taking regarding MHPSS, which are currently running. So we have developed, it's now nearly finished, it will be published in a couple of weeks, some guidance for child protection actors for intersectoral cooperation, which is basically just explaining for every sector the keywords that are being used and the key concepts, and then why it is good to work with another sector, and then some guidance that is already curated and how they can do it, right? Many people here in the group actually collaborated in this thing. We're also doing capacity development planning for MHPSS services for child protection actors. And what we do basically is we go to a country, we've been doing that now in the last 2 months, 3 times, go to a country, we sit together with the CPAOR actors, also with representatives of the MHPSS Technical Working Group. We look at what capacities are available, what are the gaps, and then we put priorities, and then the actors with priority of local organizations can give us proposals about how they will fill up the gaps within the priorities identified, and we stimulate really actually South-South cooperation and even exchange of staff among organizations in humanitarian contexts across borders and so on, right? Another initiative is, of course, what we talked about, the cooperation between education and emergencies and child protection. And we also, as we know, that MHPSS can only have the desired protection outcomes if we work on all layers of the MHPSS pyramid. We know that there's a lack of services on specialized services. I cannot say layer 4 anymore, right? So we try to find solutions. We have a TOR, we're trying to recruit a team now of a psychiatrist, a psychologist, and a social worker to look into different countries and to come up with proposals. We have difficulties in recruiting them. We try again next year because so far it didn't work out. And then we also try to, with these 4 pillars of support from which the RRT is part, the rapid response team is part, we try to gradually shift away from doing exclusively PSS activities. We want to give the PSS activities more to other sectors like education and nutrition and so on, so that child protection gradually can focus more on case management and focus on specialized support. That's it. That's good in the time.
Thank you so much. And before opening the floor for questions on your deployments through the CPAOR and the mechanism supported by Save the Children, I want to give the floor to Mary Dahl to tell us more about this mechanism and also the future from Save the Children for scaling up this mechanism in education.
Thank you, Fami. Just a couple of brief words. In terms of how we've seen MHPSS move within the CPAOR, with the resource seconded to the CPAOR, and seeing also the increased collaboration between child protection and education actors, I think we've just seen the opportunities of strengthening the education side as well. I mean, there's been a lot of movement. ECW we've been mentioning, and then I think a lot of education actors, as Mackenzie shared yesterday, has really put in at least the psychosocial support as a really core component of education actors' work. So there is scope to strengthen that work even further. And I think both, well, the CPOR has strengthened its relationship to the MHPSS Reference Group because there is a person there. So we would like to see a similar strengthened relationship between the education cluster and the MHPSS Reference Group. And since there is collaboration across already, it's just a hope and an attempt to make that education setting really link in different services for the purposes of mental health and well-being, and hopefully strengthening So we really look forward to seeing the collaboration between education protection and the reference group strengthened as one part of course, all the other sectors that are needed for a holistic response. So the plan is to, we're working on a job description now together with the education cluster and the CPAOR to put out an advertisement. So please do share that in your networks when it comes out to start up a test year. That's what we have some committed funding for now in 2022.
Marian Kun, thank you so much. Colleagues, I want to open the floor if there are any questions specifically about the rapid response teams within CPOR and the futures ones in education. Any questions to Kun or Mary?
Let me just add that Save the Children has been actually brilliant in facilitating all of this. Save the Children contributes a big part of the salary, but also pays for the deployments, the travel costs, the DSA, visa costs, and other costs as well. So it's quite something, quite an engagement from Save the Children. Yeah.
Been a great collaboration.
Indeed, and we appreciate really the collaboration with Kun, and we have collaborated on a number of countries, particularly this year. Indeed, one of the highlights was Ethiopia, but there were many others, and we had a call also with the CPOR global coordinator recently, and we agreed on expanding this collaboration also in 2022 with also continuing the function from the IASC Reference Group co-chair in reviewing the TOR communication after each mission. So thank you so much, Marie, and thank you, Kun. I think we are just on time and we can move to the next session, the minimum service package. I know Inka and Peter and Quiva, and I hope Hania is here. While minimum service package is a project which is led by UNICEF, WHO, UNHCR, and UNFPE. It's not specifically an IASC MHPSS reference group product, but a couple of years ago, when the IASC principals had in 5 December 2019 a meeting that was on MHPSS, that was followed afterwards with a joint interagency call for action, there was a specific recommendation from the IASC principals to the 4 agencies to liaise with the IASC members for finalization of the minimum service package. And that's one of the reasons why we have MISP as a standing item on agenda of the reference group to follow this recommendation by the IASC principals. So Inka, take us through the MISP presentation. Let us know how is the progress, please.
Great. Thank you so much, Fahmi, for this introduction. And this has been a great partnership actually with between the World Health Organization, UNICEF, UNHCR, and most recently also UNFPA, with support from many of the IASC Reference Group members throughout. I will just now take it, now Anne Wilhoit will actually present a little bit, but we don't want to take too much time because we want to hear actually from you mostly. Over to you, Anne.
Great, thanks Inka. And yes, sorry, I'm stepping in for Quiva today. So hello, everybody. Yes, so as a lot of you know, this is very much a multi-sectoral product. So it originally was health, child protection, and education, and has really grown in scope over time to include now broader protection and GBV. I'm not going to go too much into the details of that, I think, because I think a lot of people are familiar, but we're very lucky to have funding from the Dutch and from FCDO, UNHCR, and Education Cannot Wait. There is a wonderful video that has been put together that I think I will skip straight to so you can see the work that's gone into it, and it explains the whole rationale as well as we will right now. So we'll play that.
The number of people affected by humanitarian crises is at a record high. Armed conflicts, natural disasters, and public health emergencies like COVID-19 cause widespread suffering and seriously affect people's mental health and psychosocial well-being. Many people affected lose everything they care about: their loved ones, homes and livelihoods, their communities, their sense of place and sense of self. Yet resources for mental health and psychosocial support services are severely lacking. This leaves many people in severe distress and without the care they need. More than 85% of people affected by mental health conditions in humanitarian settings do not receive treatment. Where services do exist, they are often disconnected and inconsistent. Service providers often lack the training and support they need to provide safe and effective services. Humanitarian donors often don't know which MHPSS activities they should fund, and those planning and implementing programs are faced with tough decisions about what to prioritize. The MHPSS Minimum Service Package outlines the minimum MHPSS activities that should be implemented in all emergency settings across health, protection, and education sectors. The package is based on existing guidelines and extensive consultations with people involved in humanitarian assistance in frontline, regional, and global roles. It is designed to support humanitarian actors to improve coordination between different sectors, identify MHPSS program gaps and priorities, provide timely MHPSS programs based on evidence and guidelines, increase funding allocation for MHPSS, improve coverage of MHPSS activities, and ultimately improve the mental health and psychosocial well-being of people affected by humanitarian crises. The MSP is currently being piloted in Colombia, Iraq, Ukraine, Nigeria, and South Sudan. We are hoping to increase coverage of MSP activities with increased funding in humanitarian settings around the world. We are now seeking feedback from diverse humanitarian actors. You can log in to explore the MSP and let us know your thoughts. With support and collaboration from humanitarian actors around the world, the MSP can play a key role in helping people to recover and rebuild their lives after an emergency.
Great. Thank you so much. So that's the rationale and the justification and the why. And then we wanted to take you a little bit through what it actually looks like, particularly because so much of this group's input has shaped what the content is and what it looks like. So then on the next slide, you can see the field test version is available in two formats. So first, there's an online platform and a shorter PDF. So the online version is much more comprehensive and it's a really interactive platform. I hope many of you are signing up right now if you're not already signed up. It includes the list of guidelines, standards, tools that all support the implementation of each of the activities, as well as all of the additional resources like guidance on using the MSP in public health emergencies, and then some other helpful videos like a tour of the platform and an introductory webinar. So then there's the PDF version, which was designed to be a little shorter and more print friendly for use when there is not availability of using the online version, but it still has links to all of the relevant online content throughout. So like I said, and like the video said, please log on to browse it and also provide feedback as we're in the field test version now. So on the next slide then, just to quickly note that there are 22 minimum activities and each are tagged with a little icon indicating which sectors are typically well placed to deliver each of those activities. Section 1 is on interagency coordination and assessment for the MHPSS response, particularly relevant for the intersectoral and interorganizational work. Then section 2 is the essential components of all MHPSS programs. So any activities that all organizations engaging in any type of MHPSS should be doing, like careful program design, developing MHPSS competencies among staff and supervision mechanisms, like we were talking about in the last session, and developing systems for staff well-being and M&E. So then section 3 is on the specific program activities. So that's where it actually lists all of the different activities that should be done in each sector. It's the main body of the whole MSP and covers activities ranging from community-wide MHPSS messaging and community self-help, all the way to focus support like psychological interventions and care and protection for people in psychiatric hospitals and other institutions. And then lastly, section 4 is activities that are focused on specific settings or circumstances, like infectious disease outbreaks and MHPSS for people deprived of their liberty. And then I'll hand it back to Inka to talk about the gap analysis and costing tools.
Great, thank you, Anne. So here you see what we call the gap analysis tool for the MSP, which is available online and where you can basically click and check which MSP activities are being implemented in a specific setting, and then it gives you an output like that, which shows you the gaps. There's also a table as part of the MSP that shows how the MSP maps on the 4 Ws as well, since some of the data you might already have from other assessments. Next slide, please. We also have a costing tool that we're currently finalizing and that will be online shortly, where basically you can enter basic information about the country, the population, and then you get estimates for all the costs of the different MSP activities. And you can also make modifications. For example, maybe you don't need international staff, maybe you need national staff for certain positions, maybe you need more time, less time. So you can modify there as well. Next slide. And the next one, please. Thank you. So, well, yeah, actually maybe the previous one first. As you probably know from our updates that we've been providing, we're now in the field demonstration phase. We spent quite a lot of time last year and the year before with, as you know, desktop review consultations. We've been consulting with over 100 people from all the different sectors, AORs. Most recently this year, GBV has come on board. Before that, we've had education, consultation, child protection, and health started with the MSP. So now we have the MSP ready and we're in the field demonstration phase. And now we can go to the next slide, please. And this field demonstration phase basically will help us with these different components. So first of all, we want to further develop and field test it. So we're looking for feedback really from everyone, not just from the 5 countries mentioned, but we're really interested in engaging any country, any group. We've just done a webinar for Yemen, for example, through the health cluster on the MSP. We're in touch with Syria. So we're really interested in hearing from you and seeing how different countries may be able to use the MSP or how we can support them. Secondly, there's the MSP evaluation. So we want to hear from you and from your colleagues in the field. How do you find the MSP? Is it what you need? Is it useful for you? What do you think about the content? Does it make sense? Is it feasible? So now is really the time we're collecting this feedback in different ways. When you sign up to the website, you will automatically get a feedback survey about the MSP. We will also have some qualitative interviews with different people and groups. You're also welcome to email Quiva and myself anytime with any feedback. So we're always happy to hear from you. We are also organizing individual consultations for feedback. For example, some organizations have already requested feedback consultations. And so we're happy to schedule that with you as well. If you want to take some more time with colleagues to go through feedback with us, we would welcome that also. And then lastly, we have MSP implementation. Though these 5 countries mentioned will get specific funding for MSP activities, but we don't want to be limited to that. So we're really hoping for wider engagement with a wide variety of countries over the coming year. We can go to the next slide. Yes, so this is the most important one. Because really now is the time to hear from you, and now is the time for you to sign up to the MHPSS MSP website, to give us feedback, to really help us shape the tool to be useful, to be acceptable, to be what people need in the field, because we will have time now over this coming year to finalize it. We hope to launch it next year in November. So until then, we're collecting feedback and input on it. So some initial questions we have for you is, have you used the MSP? How is it going? What's your experience? Any challenges you have experienced? Anything that is missing? Anything that you would like the MSP to address? Also, if you have suggestions for any specific engagement with any groups that you know of that will be interested in providing feedback, please give suggestions or connect us. And then lastly, also a question is whether you think the MSP should remain as a product of the different UN agencies or whether it should be an IASC product. You know, it started as part of the IASC, as part of the thematic working group, also as Fahmi already explained. So this is still an open question for which I know 15 minutes will not be enough, but this is kind of just a kind of temperature taking. If anybody has thoughts on this, they're welcome as well. And now I think I will turn it over to you because the most important part is hearing from all of you. Over. So any comments on any of the questions posed are welcome.
Thanks, Inka, and thanks, Anne. Important questions and indeed, and looking forward to what member agencies' thoughts are.
Yeah, and I see a question in the chat that says, is a French version planned as well? So right now we have on the website, we have a Spanish version and the Ukrainian version. That is because of the pilot countries, and the PDFs are available in Spanish and Ukrainian as well. However, we've already started engaging on potentially producing an Arabic language version as well. And if anybody has interest and potential funds for French version, we would be very interested in engaging with you on that also. Yes, there's a question from Guli. Yes, so the question is, should the MSP remain as it is now with these selected UN agencies that I named at the beginning, WHO, UNICEF, UNHCR, UNFPA, or should it be an IASC product? Yes.
Lynn, I see you have your hand up.
Sorry. So I haven't read the package in its current form, Inka, forgive me, so this question might not be relevant, but it's something that's just come up from the work I've just been doing in Bosnia, where I've been working for UNICEF, and one of the things we've been doing is an integrated mother and child health training, i.e. integrating physical and mental health. And that's come about because again and again, one of the challenges I've seen in the field is a complete divorce between MHPSS and physical health. And in the age group that I'm interested in, especially under 3-year-olds, that's a disaster. And I'm wondering, under your question, are there any challenges in your current work? Again, it was a problem. In the center, you had the MDM psychologist in one half of the building, you had the ordinary doctor health services in the other part of the building, and there the twain would meet. And then the MDM psychologist was doing her usual quick PFA trainings, but that was the only attempted integration across services. And I'm wondering if your package, obviously I don't expect you to include physical health in your package, but is the message about integration getting across? I'm really interested to know.
Yeah, that's a great question, Lynn. And I would actually say yes, we are trying to get the message about integration across, but I'm sure there improvements can be made. So we're really, happy for any input, or Lynn, if your colleagues can even look at the relevant sections there that talk about integration and going, for example, mental health as part of health facilities. We have a section there on ECD as well. We have a section there on caregiver training. So yeah, if anybody is really welcome, to look at these sections and make suggestions on how we can strengthen that.
I'll have a look at the sections. Thanks, Inka.
That would be wonderful. Great. And I see now all sorts of comments. Is somebody do you have a sense of what we have or
yes.
Let's see.
Inka, and you have 13 minutes remaining.
So I think one of the questions, oh, Lynn, do you mind muting again? Sorry, thanks. Kuhn's asking about if we're getting feedback from government authorities as well.
Yes, that's a good question. I would say we're getting feedback and requesting feedback from anyone, but that is only through the channels through which we're going right now. So this is the IASC Reference Group newsletter. It is our project advisory group, which, by the way, anybody can join, which was originally the IASC thematic working group and then turned into the project advisory group and was expanded. We welcome members there. We rely on MHPSS technical working groups to send the MSP through the mail outs, which also include government actors. So would be included to that, but if you have any specific people we should connect with, also from the government side, we would be very happy to do so.
There is also a question from Ashley, MHPSS Collaborative. The question is about the value. What is the value of having it as an IASC product versus a multiple UN agencies product?
And I think that goes also back to the group. I think that's been a question from some people from the group, and Inka, I'm sure you have thoughts on this as well, so sorry for jumping in, but I almost want to hear as much from the group about what people would see the benefits, the pros and cons kind of either having it as an IASC product or not. Go ahead, Inka.
Yes, and I think, you know, what the value would be, I think would be to basically, one of the points is made to have wider dissemination and endorsement than we have at the moment, although I think the argument could also make that there's some products like the PFA guide, for example, the WHO UNHCR assessment guide, which are not IASC products, but still are widely disseminated and used. So yeah, I think this is why we also want to hear from you, like how do you feel? Would you feel better about it if it was an IASC product? One disadvantage, of course, is that it would take, of course, longer time to get it through the IASC process. And I think that's one of the reasons why we have released it now with just these select UN agencies, because we just wanted to get it out. We wanted to get through the consultation. We had donor deadlines, but now we're also thinking about the future, and this coming year is critical for us to really make sure we engage the right people and decide about how it will be in the end. And now I will read some comments, unless Fahmi, do you have any we should answer?
There is a comment from Guli on IOM preference that it remain as a product of the agencies who developed it as it was a project. But there are no other comments yet.
Great. I think I see another comment that says from Save the Children, are you open to feedback until October? Yes, so actually we will be collecting data until September, probably end of August, beginning of September, and then we really have to write up our lessons learned report and finalize the MSP. So we're really hoping to do most of the consultations and engagements in the spring. So we already started now, but actually, yeah, February, March, April is when we hope to get the bulk of the feedback so that we can really make sure to integrate it. Yeah.
We have a hand raised from Ananda, but also there is a comment from Terdizom, Leila. What could be helpful indeed is the endorsement, particularly when it comes to quality and costing. So Terdizom prefers the endorsement because it's useful, particularly among donors. Ananda, please.
Yeah, so thanks a lot. I mean, it's a very impressive and comprehensive product, and I think the IASC Reference Group and the agencies that have developed it both need to think very seriously about this question of whether it is an IASC product, because as I think that the host of that our panel at the Paris conference, I mean, slightly blithely asked, is this a replacement of the IASC guidelines? I think it has that breadth and that kind of potential. So I think to have it out in the world and not have a relationship with the IASC reference group is going to cause tension of some sort. So I do think that it's an important thing to consider. Maybe something that's worth thinking about is the compatibility, is about buy-in, what if any reservations exist. And I think that is a longer process and needs to be, in a sense, a bit of a political process. But I think it is something that neither the MSP agencies right now nor the IASC Reference Group can really ignore. So I'm glad it's come up as a topic. Thank you.
Yeah, great, Ananda. And I just want to mention that actually, given that we have such limited time in this session, we were also thinking about just organizing another meeting just to hear from IASC Reference Group members what they feel about this question, because it's quite an important question and quite a big question. And definitely, I get your point, Ananda, about the continuity, that we definitely don't want to replace the IASC guidelines, and the IASC guidelines are, I think, cited in every single MSP activity as an important reference, so that continuity is there, but I think it would probably be stronger if it was an IASC product. Any other questions?
Leila is adding number of comments, but I would invite Leila to speak, because I think her comments are quite comprehensive. So Leila, if you can share with the group, please, your thoughts.
Yes. Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm sort of thinking at the same time, but for me, what's important is that this becomes a reference and that is endorsed and accepted by everyone. So from my point of view, whether it's an IASC product or not doesn't change much. It's how the document is, the resource is accepted and endorsed and promoted and functions as a standard reference. And for me, like, this resource is particularly important also in terms of quality costing. I mean, we have that also with the CPMS, but it's never respected. So I think if we can sort of, if this helps moving one step further in being able to properly, you know, just have enough staff, enough trained staff, enough training for staff, and just, you know, just a few elements, then that would go a long way. Whether that is by endorsement, no, sorry, by this being an IASC product or not, I'm not totally sure, but at least endorsement, and that this is a reference document like the CPMS, a reference document.
I think your last comment too, Leila, in terms of being endorsed by the Alliance also being important, I think points to something that we've been thinking about in terms of who might endorse this, or where does it belong. And in some ways, it's exactly that, is that it's so much bigger than any one group. So that, at least that's what I've been struggling with, is that, you know, we are really trying to work hard to have all of the child protection and protection factors considered by that whole field, and the GBV whole field being completely signing on as well. And so there are a number of different groups that then we would want to say, like, in terms of how exactly do we go down that road of getting endorsement when there are so many different sectors, because this is really meant to be such a multi-sector product, that then would need to also endorse. And Zainab's question of what does endorsement mean exactly, which I think is also true for different agencies or different groups. It means different things.
But at a very practical, if I bring it back to, you know, I don't know, field use, you would, what I think would be great to come to is that, you know, you have your writing your proposal, implementing your project, you're submitting, you know, a proposal to UNICEF, and you can come back to say, well, yeah, but like, I need this costing, or I'm doing these activities, or, you know, with this amount of stuff, because this is the reference, and that you have a health program, they can do the same, and a child protection program and MHPSS program, and that all of them, and that this is accepted. So how we get there, you know, it's probably like, I mean, how, for example, the CPMS have came a long way. But yeah, indeed, you are cross sectors, so that makes it a little bit more challenging.
Anna and Inga, I want to give the floor to Guli, because Guli added also another comment. So Guli, floor is yours, please.
You want me to repeat it in person?
Yes, please, and any additional points, because I noticed that you shared a number of remarks in the chat. So
no, for me the main point is, as I said, you know, that I think it was developed by some agencies, and it should remain a document of some agencies or some sectors, because also there is an issue of sectors, you know, so it doesn't cover all the sectors. The other issue is that for me, minimum standards, because this was a reply to Leila, was saying, you know, because like this, you know, we advocate for more funding, appropriate funding, and so on. Actually, the risk of any minimum package is that it will bring to less funding, and there is an issue of predictability versus quality. no? Because, somehow you are selling the same things everywhere, and you are not sure that they are the appropriate one for that specific context.
Please, thank you for your feedback. Back to you, Anne and Inka.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Guli, for that. I would say that's actually exactly what we're trying to achieve is more predictability and more quality and more funding. So if you have suggestions on how we can achieve that, we would be really open to that. All the activities have listed actions of what should be done. For example, discussing with key stakeholders or selecting training materials, but it doesn't tell you, for example, which training material. So then you have to go to the resource section and see which one. So it's not kind of a cookie cutter, one size fits all approach. It's not a how-to guide. It's just to say, here are the things you should consider, here are resources that you can access. So it's really with the idea that, yes, we know, for example, we want caregivers to be supported in every humanitarian emergency. Which manual you use, that you will have to still figure out with the resources. So we hope to kind of strike a balance between advocating for what is needed, but not being too prescriptive about how to go about it, because we also want that flexibility. And just to say, yeah, Guli and everybody, we really hope to hear from you. If you feel like that is something that can be strengthened, let's talk about it. Now is the time to talk about how we can make this useful and to make sense and to actually, improve MHPSS in the field.
Inka and Anne, we are just on time. Any final remarks from your side before we close the session?
Just to say thank you. I pasted contacts for myself and Quiva, our emails. Please email us. Please get in touch with us. We want to hear from you. Positive thoughts, critical thoughts, challenges, everything is welcome. And the IASC Reference Group for us is absolutely critical, endorsement or not. Either way, your input is absolutely valuable in this process. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Inka, for the great presentation and for the great work by the minimum service package team, including its partner group and advisory group. Thank you so much. And I think it would be great to include it also for further consultation as needed in number of our regular calls by the reference group, as many of the topics that came up today. Colleagues, we have 15 minutes break now, and we will convene back again in 15 minutes from now for a very important session about the coordinators handbook, one of our key upcoming products. So see you all in 15 minutes.
Ona makambo e, ona makambo e, ona makambo e, ngai na makambo e, munu para kile ba juli ba lutua, munu wekluwe, munu wekluwe. Oh, Namakambwe, yeah. Ngai Namakambwe, yeah. Oh, Namakambwe, yeah. Ngai Namakambwe, munu para kileba juliba. songi bandeko ngai na makambo ona makambo unu para kileba chuli balutua lutua unu wenwe lutua unu wenwe ona makambo ngai na makambo ngai na makambo unu para kileba chuli balutua lutua unu wenwe ona makambo ngai na makambo ona makambo ngai na motema unu para kile munu balutua unu wenwe ona makambo songi bandeko likambo na motema ngai na motema unu para kileba chulilo lutua ona makambo
Monongelet tewat nasimakot iyot onina wanika mompuli mwa mutandenot ukunabe bebena wat dutu nyimba mulemat ebukimba mabot ilena boy mona wapongo jita amunja mi inyandolo weapon ba meset mona menwe kata midongot bukato be no wat now mende kata wiyat na sivinje na imente no vola ruku onyolangoye Il bosambo bwepombo wana dalowina il kne walo tek ndek milabo kubama
Polingwa mama na mwana utakota te Putuna mo imamele na kubunda Mobutia zami sisae mwana ndefololo Nyuso sala ponangao Mamilina bungang Mamilina bungang
Masuma pona bobe na dalowina. Inbanaknde ntosengato malia mama.
Mawas na wesa no moyo wala ye wila suba no upa oh my
Inbosambo boni sisi ana dalowina binyolo bande angona mulatoi nsinga malia mukanda wo bakaka balimba nate na subu nimele somana tila kutuna dibe munyenge
like leggy to jamu no japmo banga fogne damal fate yalla say jafe jamu no rek la du jagem damal baye ngir lañu defoon manu ko sul nañu melo lañu si kon manu ko sul fañu jaro lañu dundu on jamais namanale 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 manu yok ye yen say ci sama besu ne sama xel dem ci fama jogi wo yen say sama xel dem ci nit ñu baax ñamu sétalo il mono fatte chi la yatalon chi la mayo mono fatte chi la defalon chi la uro chi la bago ono jamais namanale 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 manu yok ye akno ni muturte dara jaru fi fetching colore oh no manadi sore onyu dara dara tupi dara sabupi sabu colore namanale namanale colore ganyu siko manu mo fate namanale namanale
mutemore mushauno varumbi ngairongerwe vanhu nevanhu mumirore mutemore mushauno vakomba ngairongerwe vanhu sevanhu Mozisi akapiwa mitemo ine gumi kuti tishandise isu vanhu Yesu vanhu vanorongera vamwe mitemo ine zana Mozisi akapiwa mitemo ine gumi kuti tishandise isu vanhu Yesu vanhu vanorongera vamwe mitemo ine zana ipapo pamunoronga zvamunoronga
Sorry, colleagues, I know a lot of you were enjoying that music quite a lot. I have to say it's one of my favorite playlists, and it wasn't my discovery, it was actually Ashley Namiro, who was in the call, who shared with me once. So there you go. Thank you so much. Good to see you back. I can see that some of you are actually using the coffee rooms, which is really lovely. And we hope you stood up, move a little bit, stretch your legs, got some more tea or coffee, and we're ready for the next 2 sessions before the next longer break. The first one being on a tool we've been working throughout this year, and we all believe it's going to be really, really essential for our colleagues at country level. So I'm going to invite our colleagues Marcio and Brandon to guide us in this session on the coordinator's handbook or coordination handbook. We'll see. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carmi, and greetings to everyone again. So we have now half an hour to make a brief presentation of the process of developing this important tool, that we are almost close to the end of this process, hopefully, and then we can opt for discussions and debate around the use of it and a few other questions you may have, and we also have it for you. So we divide this presentation in 3 big questions. Why the handbook? How the some guiding principles that we use or guiding inspirations. So the big why this handbook has been developed, I think this year, the reference group meeting is so obvious that how much coordination on the ground is happening, how much that has increased over the years, and especially now with the big push from the COVID-19, from the pandemic, not only the clear need is now everywhere, has been acknowledged by different sectors, different policymakers, but also has been, state members have declared that as well. The proof is the 74th World Health Assembly making the call that every country should have a kind of MHPSS work plan, response plan, preparedness plan. Also the proof that the DSS, the Dutch Search Support Mechanism, over 29 country deployments in the last 2 years, which is an impressive achievement, and it's telling us how much the field needs for guidance, for coordination. and also I would say new actors in unique settings also coming to work around MHPSS coordination. I would mention here clearly developing countries, so countries that are not the usual humanitarian settings, but countries that are developing contexts, that the presence of humanitarian actors are not so big, and they are working in the field of doing something around the MHPSS response or preparedness. Even international associations, which I don't think that they are new, they have been there for a long time, but they haven't really been bridging with us or us with them. No? So I think this is kind of a few elements of this the ground overview of why the need of some handbook to provide some lessons and guidance for the work that happens on the ground. Brandon, over to you.
Thanks so much, Marcio. Yeah, so I'm very happy to discuss this. It's been a big project for us, but very, very fun, I think, and interesting to grapple with some of these topics. So I just wanted to quickly tell everyone who's kind of been in our handbook development team. And the point of this is not for us to take credit, but for you to know who's behind the ideas in the handbook. So of course, Carmen, Marcio, Sarah Harrison, Fahmi, myself, and Laura, who is our sort of expert designer, who will be helping us make it engaging and interesting to look at visually, as well as hopefully having strong content. So this is just for you to know a bit about who's behind what we're talking about. For the how of the handbook, this is a bit of a timeline I'd like to talk you through. So we started last year in November, working on a desk review of existing coordination handbooks to kind of see what tips are in handbooks from other sectors, what strategies are they using, what kind of guidance is typically in there, what are the strengths, what are the limitations, what can we borrow, what might we want to do differently. And from there, we started to conceptualize, and this was further informed in January and February by a set of key informant interviews with a selection of MHPSS experts to kind of get more of a sense about what are the core functions of coordination in MHPSS, what are the tips you would lend, what are the stories you would tell that can help kind of demonstrate the best ways to do this. What are the do's and don'ts, right? And this information was really rich. It gave us a lot of insights into distilling kind of our framework and also a lot of our content in the handbook. And that was really the point throughout, as you'll see through this timeline, is the goal was to learn from what's already been done, take those lessons and kind of put them in a single place that compiles lessons learned. It doesn't prescribe, right? Because you can't really do that across different settings, but it at least gives tips and strategies from the past. In February, we had a technical working group co-chairs half-day workshop with current co-chairs in different countries, and we had really good representation and really lively discussion. And then between February and May, we sort of produced our first draft, which was then discussed with technical working group co-chairs again in a consultation. And then all throughout the summer, we've had sort of an iterative set of targeted reviews that started small and progressively got bigger and bigger as we sort of saw more and more feedback from different angles on different topics, and then filled in and revised the content of the handbook, its structure, and so forth from there out. And then we asked for a full reference group review in September, received more very helpful feedback. And since that time, we've been in sort of a phase of more consultation. October was really focused on consultation again with the reference group and technical working group co-chairs, but also a series of individual consultations with specific MHPSS technical working groups in different settings. So we've had some 4 specific consultations with those groups, one in Northeast Nigeria, one with a group in Trinidad and Tobago, which was very informative. And we have one planned with Ukraine. And we also had a consultation with a 4th group that I am completely blanking on, Marcio, do you recall? it'll come to me. So yes, we have those 4 technical working group consultations, and then our plan is to sort of take this forward to another review, hopefully soon, and then target February or first quarter of 2022, not 21, for target release and field testing. So what is in the handbook? This is kind of what's come out from these consultations and these iterations. So we've sort of tried to organize the structure around 7 core functions, and there's a lot of information that supports these core functions. So there's a section on defining where MHPSS fits, defining what it is. It describes the IASC guidelines, the reference group, and the sort of the structure of MHPSS as cross-sectoral. There are some segments in outlining common coordination structures, such as for public health emergencies, for refugee settings, and so forth, and describing a bit about where MHPSS might fit in those, and how they might differ, for example, between the cluster system or a response that's led by a national government. And then something we heard a lot from consultations with many experts who'd worked in these groups before is a lot about key characteristics that make a working group effective. So we really tried to take that knowledge and put it in the handbook as well. And then throughout, we try to offer these operational tips and tools that can be hopefully helpful in implementing these main 7 core functions, which are kind of the meat of the handbook, I guess, the core pieces that came out through consultation. So developing the working group, reactivating it if it's been dormant, information management, which includes assessment, mapping, establishing links across the sectors and partners and stakeholders, capacity building, M&E, ensuring long-term sustainability of MHPSS and feeding into systems, and then advocacy and awareness raising. I will stop there then and turn it over to Marcio for our kind of guiding inspirations that are, I guess, key to understanding why the handbook's written the way it is.
Thank you very much, Brendan. So some elements of that guided this group in developing this handbook. Coordination is at the AIDS sector is a big topic. It's beyond the MHPSS, but it's also inside of MHPSS. There are theses about it, there are research about it, there are forums discussing coordination at the AIDS sector. There are organizations and even some interesting papers about this process of coordination. So we try to integrate lessons from different places, and there have been some guiding inspirations that helped us to do so. One of them starting with a profound commitment to do a deep listening, openness and learning. That is this attitude that is so core for MHPSS, to make sure that the handbook can actually stimulate self-reflection and some spirit of learning, and avoiding or resisting to any temptation of trying to put the field in boxes. So this is to clarify some strong commitments and inspirations that we had from the beginning. Also avoiding that the handbook can be captured as a standardization of the field, but no, it's no standardization of the field, but actually the handbook is trying to capture what is not even a best practice, not reify some kind of concepts, but what has been, we could identify as good practice. And it's so true that there is a session in the handbook where we don't tell how this should be, the different groups should be called in the field, or if it should be a technical working group, if it should be a task force. We leave it to them, because the whole spirit it's about to the local reality to decide. Even the name of co-coordinators, co-facilitators, co-chairs. That's also a space to avoid any type of boxes or dogmas in that sense. We overall, throughout the handbook or the process, we have been emphasizing the guidelines, the IASC guidelines core principles, human rights-based approach, understanding the local actors as the protagonists for the responses, building from local resources, a big emphasis on localization. And establishing that we are now talking a lot about localization, there is guidelines, there's an IASC document about localization, but it has been there in the guidelines for 14 years already. No? So we come back, and that's why it has been a kind of a process, an inspirational process for us. There is one, what they would call a radical decision in terms of the tone of the handbook, which is understanding collaboration as the mainstream of the handbook. The collaboration being the means for reaching a very good coordination mechanisms. And this is actually the reason behind it is one, understanding the power of collaboration and the genuine collaboration, how that can reach important impact on coordination, and also to avoid the following one as a way to mitigate the next point, which is about what we have been from the very beginning aware as well of power dynamics and interests that are part of coordination mechanisms. We did not deny that, we did not ignore that, and we did so to avoid that and even validate some power dynamics because we don't acknowledge them, and therefore we end doing harm. Not only the construct of this handbook, but also putting that as a tone on the ground, acknowledging that coordination is at the center of power dynamics often, and that does create, and is really well documented in terms of how that is the center of several disputes and challenges and things that are beyond persons. It's also part of the way that aid is structured, or the humanitarian response is structured as well. So that is, let's say, a frank talks around power dynamics and interest in that sense. And we can give some examples of how that we try to mitigate its influence, not with the ambition of solving it, because it's such a structural complexity, but there are things that we emphasize over the process. For instance, when it comes to fundraising, emphasizing that fundraising can be on coordination, can be a direct consequence of joint efforts, not on a single agent's kind of approach, or still emphasizing transparency as the core aspect of information management. So transparency on information management, MHPSS process, to make sure that that gives transparency, also reduce and mitigate this kind of reality, or is still the involvement on the local actors in their leadership as well. No? And the last point is that we also try to see the topics that sometimes we often find in the field that they can be overlooked. From time to time, somehow they are overlooked. For instance, some emphasis on cultural considerations, commitment to have a careful considerations in response, cultural considerations in responses, looking at program sustainability, meaning exit strategies from the very beginning and having a long-term vision and commitment, and also looking at quality MHPSS services, for example, monitoring and evaluation, which came as one of the core aspects of a technical working group, and support to the staff, which came often as well in the consultations we have done in the field. There has been several challenges over this process. I will just mention quickly 3 ones. One is that from the very beginning, we were scared when we were doing the desk review of other coordinations, handbook, protection, coordination handbook, nutrition, health. They are massive. They are 200, 300, 400 pages. I mean, you can spend a year studying them. We wanted exactly to be the opposite of that. And I remember we were discussing about 50 pages document. But this has been a hard task. It's actually a very hard task. It will be a little bit bigger than we expected, especially because with all the design that we want to have it there. Another element is also the difficulties of trying to integrate or accommodate in a global tool as much as possible the individual, the diverse world experience in terms of technical working groups around the world. We did have some direct requests that was so contextualized to that specific place, but we then identified and understood that it would not apply for all the other contexts. Another element that is indeed a challenge, not only because of in the handbook itself, I think just reflecting our field, which is how much it contributes for developing contexts, for developing countries where there is not a really massive presence of humanitarian agencies, or it's not an acute crisis, and we are talking about countries that they have established the mental health policies under specific sectors or domains, and how much the handbook can contribute for those realities. Especially when it comes to preparedness actions, which has been our field has been always in the emergency response or pushed more on that direction.
Thanks, Marcio. So yeah, just our last point here is we've told you now a bit about the handbook and what's in it and what's inspired it, but we want to hear your reactions generally to what we've said today, or if you've had a chance to read it before in general, and also ask if you see any issues or challenges in acceptance or uptake of this handbook, and how we might address those as we move towards a more final product. So colleagues, over to you. Any comments, questions, reactions?
There is, Brandon, a question in the chat.
I see. Will there be a consultation with technical worker responding to a quick onset natural disaster? It's an interesting question. We don't have one planned, but that doesn't mean we can't plan one. So I think we can take that into consideration. It's a bit tricky, right? We have to find the right timing, but it's possible.
Actually,
go ahead, Marcio.
Actually, we did have a consultation in a developing country in the Caribbean region, or let's say perhaps, which is a lot of their work is related to social environmental disasters, so that's when we start to realize, like this obvious bridge that it might sound obvious, MHPSS emergency response to preparedness. Is not. It's when we start to see that how much the handbook can really, not the handbook, but how the gaps we identified in our field in terms of how much we are able, or we have been developing things for preparedness context, and like which the working group on DR is now discussing, for instance. So this has been considered that as well. But if there is any particular technical working group that comes to mind, we would be happy to try to accommodate a conversation with them as well. So we kind of try to see different settings in different places to do consultation. So we really had one thing that is very clear about this handbook process that's taking so long is because of the consultations from the very beginning. So a step-by-step consultation in different levels. Right now we are going to the final end of this product, to the technical working groups themselves, distribute to them and getting feedbacks to them, which has been one of the best moments ever, because when we see reaction that, oh, this doesn't apply to us, yes, this is very interesting, oh, this is too missing, so this has been quite an interesting exercise.
Yeah.
And just to Jenny, who's the iPhone, Jenny from the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs, asked about the connection with NSP, and thank you, Inka, so much for providing an initial response. There's also a question from Claire.
Yes, so I see Claire asked about the timeline of translations. That's a good question. I don't know the answer to, but hopefully it'd be
happy to answer this, Brandon. Based on, we have a standing agreement with Translators Without Borders, so usually they translate any resource we develop from the MHPSS reference groups that get endorsed based on the agreement we have with them into nine different languages, 6 UN languages and 3 different local languages, which were identified based on the larger number of population speaking them. So this process usually takes anywhere between 2 to 3 months after the release of the product. I think we will be submitting it for clearance sometime early next year. The selection of Laure is, we actually selected Laure because she was the one who did some of the successful products we developed. The basic psychosocial skills guide, for example, was designed by her, and she is She is not like the usual graphic designer. Actually, she come from public health background, and she lead an NGO, and the NGO specialize in developing text into graphical images. So that was one of the tools by engaging her to make sure that it will contain less text, but many of the text will be converted into diagrams.
Thank you, Fahmi. And Claire, to address your second question there about any updates since the last consultation, yes, we're still in the process of making those updates. And one specifically that we're grappling with is how to talk about selection of co-chairs and keeping localization in mind. It's sort of a theme we have throughout the handbook is localization, but specific to co-chairs, we're discussing that a bit in the sustainability sections of the handbook.
If I can add a comment on kind of the language side, but also in general, I had the opportunity to use the content, even if it's the handbook is not finalized, but to use some of the contents and ideas that we are pretty reinforced at this moment that will be there in my recent visits to Venezuela. And all throughout the drafting, we've also been careful about the language, not just with the idea that sometimes when you create and then you try to translate some of the words don't translate well, you use a very fun acronym and then it doesn't work well in another language. So I have to say in doing an official translation on my side and using it with the colleagues in Venezuela, it worked out really well and we didn't find any issue language wise. And to share from that kind of test point of view that with a young initial or being established technical working group in a country with very young coordination in humanitarian action, it really helped a lot our colleagues to understand what is the key things they have to be looking into when they discuss coordination, to also understand the size and the many tasks that are involved in coordination. So I think it was really useful if I can give a little feedback from a tiny little implementation this year. I think colleagues with the first access to coordination have found it very useful.
Excellent. Any other comments, questions?
Nanda,
please go ahead.
Hi, thanks so much. I mean, there's so much that's great about this, the sort of ideas in this handbook. I was just wondering about, contexts where for some reason it's not possible to have groups because of pre-existing hostilities between sectors or complications around kind of, government actors and non-state actors. Whether it might be an interesting thing to have some case examples of how do you do coordination where groups that come together are not possible. Coordination without coordination groups.
Nanda is always making trouble in our session. So I think it's a very good point. We can I mean, let's remember that the handbook is not telling every single place that they should have established or organized in terms of reference at all, especially in terms of reference official group. But it's telling that whatever it's done in MHPSS should be coordinated, should be organized, should be collaborated, and should have a few things addressed there. It's not so explicit in this way that you're mentioning, and I think this is something that we should take further in consideration. And Carmen, she probably has the answer for your question. She always does.
No, I don't, but I can reflect on it definitely, precisely from that point of view, that the example that I was giving of Venezuela is extremely delicate situation. The existence of a group is still up in the air. It's politically with the government, everything in it makes it difficult. So we're hoping for a technical working group. It is in principle established, but it's sensitive context, like many others, like Claire is mentioning Pakistan as well. And the feedback has been, okay, this is about understanding what is it that we have to do as MHPSS actors to facilitate our work, to know what the others are doing, to have they found it more as a tool to understand what being coordinated implies than about establishing, although the handbook of course has all of this knowledge on how to establish a technical working group. I think it has also those elements on how do we as MHPSS colleagues working together in a context need to operate to function better, if that makes sense.
Thanks. No, I mean, I didn't want to detract, but I do think that coordination is an outcome rather than as a set of structures or activities. Helps people to think when you're in such situations where it's really difficult. At one stage, I think I did invent something called shuttle coordination, where you went between different conflicting groups sharing the same information, so that they were coordinated, but they didn't know it. Yeah, I'm sure there are great examples like that that could be added.
It's a very important. I'm going to pass over to Sarah, and then colleagues, we have 1 more minute in general closing. Sarah, over to you.
You're muted, Sarah.
Okay, it's good I was muted because I just swore. So hello, everybody. Sorry, I've just been in another meeting for 8 hours today. So in answer to your question, Ananda, thank you for it. There is a good counterfactual question on what happens when there isn't a coordination group in a country. And actually, some countries have done remarkably well without there being a formal coordination group. Yemen, about 10 years ago, didn't have a coordination group and actually did a lot of really good work there because there was cooperation and collaboration between agencies operational on the ground. And it was done informally. It was done very much with national actors, and it worked. They didn't call themselves a formal group, but they managed to organize themselves and to do it. So I agree with you. Coordination is a means to an end. It's not just an endpoint. It's not de facto because you have a group. That's the point of it. It needs to be there because it actually facilitates service access, and it's actually, of use to people in need. Otherwise, we shouldn't really be doing it. It's just a waste of people's time as well. So thank you for the question, Ananda.
Thank you so much, colleagues. We are out of time now, but thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Marcio. On my side, I'll need to say one more time what an interesting process it's been and how wonderful it is to work with all of you together. Colleagues, any questions, any other input for them, please continue to use the chat, and you know their emails, so you can always reach out, and they will continue to be reaching out to our colleagues of the reference group as we finalize, hopefully very soon. Thank you so much for that presentation. And I'm going to move then to the next session. We had, as we were saying yesterday and before today, a few questions to you as organizations on what could be interesting topics for this meeting. And one of these suggestions was advocacy. And what are our advocacy priorities as a unified group of MHPSS organizations? So to discuss a little bit on this, we have a few participants today. So I'm calling in my colleagues, Sarah, Mark from WHO, Anne from UNICEF, and our dear Fahmi, to go over a session on advocacy. And I'm going to pass on to Anne directly to do the general facilitation. Or do you want me to do the general facilitation?
I am happy to. So thank you everybody very much. Advocacy has been an ongoing conversation over the last few years with the reference group and with MHPSS more broadly, and how we're all approaching it and how we're engaging in advocacy efforts throughout the year. So this session here is really dedicated to looking at what's happened in the past year, what we're planning to do for next year, and then really thinking and engaging together at the end in terms of how exactly we want to be approaching advocacy as the IASC MHPSS reference group. So we, UNICEF, IFRC or RCRC, and WHO will be providing some highlights of how we have done this, as well as the reference group itself. But then we really want to also be hearing what advocacy efforts you guys have made or are planning to make next year. So put your thinking hats on, because we'll be providing some things, but we'll love to hear from you as well. So with that, I'll hand it over to Fahmi to take us through the work from the IASC MHPSS Reference Group from 2021.
Thank you so much. And I'm checking with Maya, please, if I can share my slides, or she got them to share from her side.
Yes, they will be up in 1 second.
Thank you, Maya, thank you.
In the meantime, I've had some people commenting on my new pixie haircut. It is not a pixie haircut. I have it tied back here, you see. So just, you know, to fill the space.
Can you please add the link on the process and then how?
It was not consultative.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'll give a quick overview on some of the high-level advocacy events where the IASC MHPSS Reference Group has been engaged, and you saw these events in yesterday's presentation, but we thought they are very relevant in today's session. But before I start talking about the events, I think what was more important that we were engaged with collectively as IASC MHPSS Reference Group, more than the events, were actually processes related to advocacy for inclusion of MHPSS indicators in the multilateral plans. And this usually the co-chairs do not do on their own. We reach out to the focal points within different agencies who also receive from the multilateral or coordinating body for inclusion of these indicators, such as OCHA with the GHRP. When I was reaching out to UNICEF, UNHCR, IOM, UNFPA colleagues to make sure that we harmonize on inclusion of MHPSS indicators. The same happened also with any other multilateral plans. The same happened recently in the IASC restructuring advocacy efforts. The co-chairs do not do this alone. We reach out to NGOs, UN agencies who are represented, whether the OPAG or whether the Deputies Forum. So collectively, we can do the advocacy together, whether it's a reform process, whether it's a multilateral plan, another reform process with the peace building architecture reform process for inclusion of MHPSS. So what is really more important than the events that the reference group get engaged with is actually the processes. Another processes that was a result of advocacy of all of us was actually the MHPSS technical working groups increase. That was a direct result of global advocacy, and advocacy at every and each country to create this group, such as Carmen's most recent mission to Venezuela to advocate for creation of one with different agencies. So let me take you through the events. The joint interagency call for action was one of the highlights indeed. When heads of UNHCR, WHO, UNICEF, IOM, UNFPA, OCHA, the leaders of the organization came together to sign this joint interagency call for action, where they reaffirmed the IASC principles, recommendations on MHPSS. The WHO Executive Board Committee and the World Health Assembly, the governing bodies, where the report from the Director General of WHO include also activities on the IASC MHPSS Reference Group, which was acknowledged by different governments of the world. Next, please. Thank you, Maya. And the HNPW, where MHPSS now for 2 successive years have remained as a standing item, and different agencies from the reference group were engaged on that. But the 2 slots we had this year were 2 slots for us collectively together as IASC MHPSS Reference Group. One where we presented on our COVID activities, and the second where we present on search support. Another also standing item we had in the ECOSOC, where collectively we advocated for inclusion in the ECOSOC omnibus or resolution, and also the most recent UNGA General Assembly, but also having an ECOSOC event with support from UNFPA. We have a slot for the IASC Reference Group. And we have a high-level event with participation of Queen Mathilde of the Belgian and the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, where the IASC Reference Group was a co-host, and we advocated for MHPSS integration into peace building together with other senior speakers from different agencies. Next, please. The advocacy around the World Day, such as Suicide Prevention Day and the World Mental Health Day, but most importantly also the engagement with Paris Summit, where we have a working track or a working scheme specifically where the IASC MHPSS Reference Group engaged with many of you, including colleagues on the field on MHPSS at the Paris Summit. And next, please. And I'll stop here. There are so many conferences with the IASC Reference Group, including strategic ones, and usually we do this collectively with different member agencies. So, as I said, events, while they are high level, while they're very important, but I don't think they were the most important thing we're doing. The processes and advocacy for country level engagement, I think, was very important, and engagement in multilateral plans and recent resolution where we collectively work together. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Fahmi. So much work has been done in the last year, and I know that is normal, but I think it was also probably increased because of COVID on top of everything else. And so thank you for presenting all of the incredible work and time and effort that has gone into that over the last year. So I think then just a few more points, and there are some slides that are not very informative, but they're there, Maya, if it works. So Sarah, I wonder if you might then also take us through some of the things that the RCRC has done in 2021.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anna. Thanks, Fahmi, as well. So advocacy within Red Cross, Red Crescent language is humanitarian diplomacy. We have a slightly different phrase for it, but it amounts to the same thing. And we're fortunate in the fact that it's an international movement, so it includes all the 193 national societies, but also IFRC and ICRC, in the fact that we have a resolution. We have a legally binding documents with 196 state parties to the Geneva Conventions, and in that document we have 6 policy statements. So in 2019, when we were signing that with states, it kind of set our agenda with them. So it defines our advocacy work, and it defines our work moving forward. So that puts us in an advantage because we've kind of already done the thinking for our advocacy priorities. But how you operationalize and bring life to it is very much what we're working on now. So we look at internal and external advocacy or humanitarian diplomacy. And for us in the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement, we're the custodians of the Geneva Conventions and also natural disaster law, and the national societies have a legally defined auxiliary role to the national governments for emergency response and for humanitarian response. And that also means it's easier for us because it narrows it down. So for our internal advocacy the past year, we've been very much developing key messages, which is literally a 2-page document with the key messages to help what we call MHPSS focal points within all our national societies, how they can talk about MHPSS with senior managers in their national society, and how they can talk about it with other sectors as well. We're also creating little videos on giving examples of how they can talk about it, like mini advocacy videos, which other agencies also do. We've also created draft template letters that national societies can use and can then amend and adapt for their context. And these are letters to be sent to the ministries that most of them interact with, which tend to be ministries of defence, health, migration, education, social welfare, and foreign affairs, and home affairs in cases where there's also detention setting work as well. So those draft letters and kind of give them the framework and the language to help explain the resolution and to basically offer them a partnership between the national society in that respective country and the government to collectively work together to achieve the aims that were written in the resolution. And then we also externally have developed key messages for the movement to use when engaging with external partners. So governments that are different from your own host government. So and also externally with private foundations, or if we're speaking in public forums, for example, like the World Health Assembly or in the ECOSOC meetings in New York in July time. And they're commonly agreed key messages that are agreed with all the movement components, which means we should be all speaking the same language. And then lastly, we also have something called a roadmap, where we have 6 priority areas that as a movement we've collectively agreed to focus on. And these 6 areas are designed to operationalize again what's written in the resolution with the states. So we have basic psychosocial support, integration and addressing stigma. That's one big area. We have movement coordination in contexts where there's multiple movement partners working. Staff and volunteer care and well-being, monitoring, evaluation and research. And then we have one on resource mobilization and partnerships and one on humanitarian diplomacy as well. And then lastly, I know that Fahmi mentioned that there were events. From a movement perspective, we've identified key events where collectively we will do advocacy, which means all the movement components using the same key messages. And they tend to be the big events like the World Health Assembly. For example, World Mental Health Day is another one, but also at ECOSOC and also particularly internally with our own statutory meetings like Council of Delegates and other governance meetings. And then we also have shared with national societies a list of thematic days, which there are plenty throughout the year, that are, we think, days of interest, or what they can use them as a hook to integrate MHPSS. And on those days, you can tend to do awareness raising and mental health promotion activities, rather than it being kind of more formal advocacy with a government entity as well. And then the national societies, IFRC and ICRC, are free to interpret and do what they like on those days. But there's some of them are similar to the ones that you already had listed. And some are specific to the Red Cross, for example, the World Volunteering Day and the Red Cross Red Crescent Day as well. But otherwise, others are quite similar, like the Suicide Prevention Day, for example, International Disability Day, HIV and AIDS Awareness Day. It's just some examples as well. And that's it.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. And just watching time, we can move straight to Mark if you have a retrospective from WHO.
Only for 2021, right?
Okay. Yeah, we'll then call on you again for forward looking.
So in 2020, I always find it hard to distinguish between advocacy and technical work. But we do have on our website, WHO website, fact sheets, which are written for the media, so not for a technical audience. And we published this year one on forced displacement, one on depression was updated, one on suicide was updated, and the one on child and adolescent mental health was updated last week. And that usually provides the latest numbers that we have on these conditions. We had this is not our advocacy, but it's the advocacy of member states. They asked for a resolution, for a discussion at our governing bodies, the executive board last January, and there was a resolution on COVID-19 and mental health, which called also on WHO to do more, but also called on themselves to do more for mental health and psychosocial support in emergencies. We had in May a World Health Assembly endorsed the updated comprehensive mental health action plan. You say, well, I already knew that was already endorsed, but it was updated. The annexes were updated, and again, it may sound very bureaucratic, but the annexes actually have a lot of technical work on things that are implementation options of the plan. And it has targets and indicators, and the targets were revised, and there's new indicators. So all these member states have agreed to that. And so there's a new mental health action plan 2013-2030. Again, whether that's advocacy or not, I am not sure, but it's irrelevant for advocacy, because what one can do is one can go, if one works in a country, one can actually go to the, maybe not as a foreigner, but as an NGO, just a local NGO or a local government, certainly can go to the government and say, look, this is what you have agreed to do. shall we do it, or shall we help you do it, or why don't you do it? So that's a very important tool for advocacy. Another tool is often used for advocacy is our mental health atlas, which we update every 2-3 years, and was updated in 2020, and it will tell you how many mental health professionals countries have, and how much budget they spend on mental health, and what they're doing for promotion and prevention. Just going back to the to the mental health comprehensive mental health action plan, the targets and the indicators, those are actually monitored by the atlas. And there's now a new indicator in the comprehensive mental health action plan, which touches on emergency preparedness. So we'll be monitoring that over the coming years, how whether member states are making updated plans on that. We publish also required by our governing bodies a manual of cost-effective interventions, which is usually based on modeling, and the intervention that comes out as highly cost-effective is the banning of highly hazardous pesticides, which is still, in my view, the most cost-effective intervention that can be done in mental health. It's not clinical care, but it's banning highly hazardous pesticides. All of that is described in our Live Life Implementation Guide that was published this year. It's relevant, of course, to the work that the reference group is doing on suicide prevention. And what was published was updated data on suicide in the world, what are the rates of suicide around the world. And those are actually probably our most downloaded, most seen website page is the page on suicide rates around the world, I think. We are, what we are doing, so I shouldn't talk about that. I'm just looking at my notes here. I have quite a bit to say about next year, but I'm finished with what we did. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And from the UNICEF side, we have had lots and lots of different engagement points throughout 2021, but the two I wanted to focus on the most are the first one being the launch of the State of the World's Children report last year, which was focused on mental health. As many of you know, it's a report that comes out every year for UNICEF since the 80s. And this year we were lucky enough to have the topic of the entire report be on mental health. And so I encourage you to read it if you haven't. That came out in October and will serve then as a underpinning for our advocacy going forward for the next few years. But then the other exciting thing is that in UNICEF's 4-year advocacy strategy, mental health was named as one of the key priorities. So we have a 4-year now advocacy strategy on mental health. Underpinning that entire advocacy effort is the narrative that the main preventable causes of poor mental health occur in childhood, but they're not inevitable. So the advocacy strategy focuses on 4 key accelerators, which evidence suggests has the biggest impact for children and adolescents' mental health. So those are, number 1, increased investment across MHPSS, across all sectors and settings. Number 2, scaling up parenting support programs to promote nurturing caregiving and support caregiver mental health. Number 3, mental health support services in the school and community. And number 4 is about stigma, changing the public conversation on mental health, which then includes our new communications campaign, which is #OnMyMind. So those are the 2 biggest efforts that we have had in 2021. And then really also we'd like to hear from you. I see Marie's put something in the chat. Do you want to say it, Marie?
See if you can hear me. I'm on a train, so I won't put the video on. I just want to be part of the everyone box and just celebrate that we managed to get Save the Children to sign off on a policy statement on MHPSS for the whole agency, and that's the first one ever. So we're just really happy and wanted to celebrate that with you.
Yay! Big celebration. Thank you for noting that for sure. For everyone. And then Carmen, you mentioned the newsletter. Did you want to say something?
No, it's more to continue encouraging that. I think when members of the reference group share things that are relevant for others to know, the efforts that are happening, campaigns and so on. We're always super happy to echo those efforts and to include them in the newsletter, and of course all of our joint efforts as well. So just to encourage everybody to keep on using this tool as well.
Very good point, and also very far-reaching. Guli.
It takes me always some time, you know, to get back online. So just to say that, you know, quite interestingly, during 2021, we have been invited to a series of fora that are more related with development, related with migration, but where the pyramid, at least, of the Interagency Standing Committee is somehow the informing logic, you know, of these meetings. I want to name just a few. DG Home, the DG, the Director General of Justice and Home Affairs of the European Union, just launched last week a first forum on mental health. There were two agencies of the Interagency invited, that was us and WHO. EASO, that is the European Asylum System, did the same a few weeks ago, and also they invited a number of actors. We were invited by the European Union, this is all European related for the most part, by the European Union Humanitarian Affairs Sector, by the Presidency of Croatia in January 2021, to present about MHPSS in emergencies. We did it at the time, obviously, you know, presenting mostly the general framework, you know, of the interagency. And finally, probably Anne, this was already mentioned. As you probably know, there is a follow-up from the French presidency, from the French summit. That is, the French are now the president of the European Union, and they are launching their presidency with an event dedicated to mental health. Obviously, that's not humanitarian in nature. It's about young Europeans and young migrants, actually, you know, in Europe. And I think also UNICEF is involved, WHO is involved, and also we are involved in one of the panels. That is the one on migrants. This will happen at the beginning, on the 14th of January. So I think it's quite important also to notice how there is a contamination, let's say, of the work that is done by the working group into more development kind of work.
Thank you, Guli. Really relevant things, and I think maybe a good segue into the forward-looking things. Is there anything else that do I see any other hands? Feel free to interrupt or type in the chat box as we go. But so then forward-looking for 2021 and upcoming advocacy opportunities and goals. Carmen or Fahmi, did you want to talk at all about that, or will that be more a part of the discussion?
I think we have 5 more minutes, so maybe we can go straight to the discussion, and through that we can all share ideas.
I agree. Thank you.
Perfect. So then, Sarah or Mark, I don't know if you want to add anything then now for forward looking, and then we'll.
I do, and I will have things, but I will not highlight. I will just highlight what I think is most crucial. One of them is this World Mental Health Day. Every year, WHO is asked what could be the theme. So we are not the ones who make the theme, but we are asked, and we could perhaps propose something related to humanitarian mental health, which I don't think that has been there in recent years. World Mental Health Day on October 10 on humanitarian. Secondly, is we are publishing a World Mental Health Report in May 2022, which is our biggest report in 20 years, just like the UNICEF report. This came out a month ago. So there will be a lot of opportunity of advocacy around that. It will be about mental health in all countries, emergency or non-emergency. But I think it's a relevant moment. Let me see, the other things are less urgent, and I don't want to take time away from others to speak. I'll leave it like that. Thank you.
Sorry, I have lots of screaming children in the background here, so I'll hand it straight to Sarah.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. there's a lot of internal navel gazing in the Red Cross and Red Crescent happening next year to do with our own governing board and statutory meetings, which probably aren't so interesting for this forum. But at those meetings, there will be a couple of policies that are of interest to our MHPSS work. Particularly, there's going to be a policy on first aid. And for us, first aid also includes psychological first aid. So that's a big one. There's also going to be one on protection, a protection, gender and inclusion policy. And then coming up, this is a bit further away in 2023, but there's going to be an international movement policy on protection, which is big because it's ICSC, IFRC in 193 countries. And that one will also include MHPSS from a protection angle as well. Otherwise, it's kind of continuing a lot of what we started before and really mentoring and helping national societies to engage in country level advocacy with their respective governments and relevant line ministries. And then also engaging at an interagency level on global initiatives that intersect with our mandates as well.
Awesome, thanks, Sarah. And so then from our side, building on the advocacy strategy that I mentioned before, we've actually already started adapting this to a country level advocacy strategy, but I'm mentioning it in the future looking because we're hoping to expand that to 25 countries by 2025, where 25 countries have a country level advocacy strategy, focusing on those 4 accelerators that I mentioned of increased investment, caregiver mental health, school and community mental health, and addressing stigma. So we have 8 underway now and advancing to 25. Then I also wanted to just mention, as I am on the board for Global Mental Health Action Network, GMAN, and then also working closely, GMAN, with United for Global Mental Health, that United for Global Mental Health is putting out their advocacy roadmap that's not finalized yet, but I just wanted to mention to all of you that they will have 8 areas of focus in it. The first being on political policy and funding commitments, which includes integration of mental health into UHC, integration into COVID-19 national and international response plans, and then national SDG plans, as well as increased multi-sectoral funding for mental health and psychosocial support across sectors. And then also increasing new existing and new financing mechanisms like the Global Fund, Global Financing Facility, the NCDs, and Mental Health Trust Fund, and a few other things. So they're engaging in different advocacy moments there. Then also focusing on a social determinants approach to mental health, addressing inequality and taking a rights-based approach. Number 4 is better MHPSS for children and adolescents. Number 5 is the workplace in mental health. Number 6 is harnessing the power of digital technology. Number 7 is improving knowledge of what works. And the final one is improved mental health monitoring and accountability. So that is also including the work that some of you might have heard that they're working on, United for Global Mental Health and Harvard and others, in doing the Countdown 2030 report, which is basically a means to highlight the progress or lack of progress on mental health. So just to mention those things, and then would love to hear also from all of you. I think we can both say what we're looking forward to, but then combine that with the how. How do we want to do this? So far, the last few years, we've done things somewhat separately, getting involved in key events as is works for each individual organization and not necessarily collectively. But is there a wish to do something that is a bit more collective or not? There was an advocacy working group about like maybe 7 years ago now, 6 years ago maybe. But that has not been the preferred mode in recent years, but just think it's worth revisiting that question in terms of how people want to engage going forward, and also perhaps on what, if that's a part.
I'm just going to note the time, but if we can maybe share quickly ideas or some few comments and in the chat as well, that would be wonderful. I don't know if Guli's hand is a recent hand, old hand. And to quickly respond to Sarah, I had also made the same comment. I think we have a good opportunity on the summit, on the RON summit next year, to maybe start an early engagement on try to identify what the content is going to be, and if we can bring it close to home and to give it either the theme to be connected to our work, or whichever theme it is, to make sure that there's still an MHPSS lens in it. That was my very quick comment. And Guli put the hand down, so I'm seeing that's an answer to my question.
So the questions to the group are, how do we want to do it going forward? And also the question on the summit for next year. Everyone's super excited about advocacy. I mean, I guess that's a good answer to the question then, in terms of.
I think, Anne, that many of us don't think of advocacy as a category. You know? So I think many of us do advocacy, we just don't categorize it like that. And that might explain silence, but I think people are very keen to advocate and like advocacy.
I would agree. Guli says that as far as he knows about the theme for Italy 2022 is community-based support for people with severe mental disorders.
That's what I sense, you know, so it won't be on migration specifically at all, but it will be on the Basaglia, let's say, no, inspiration. So basically on the institutionalization, human rights, and community-based support for people with severe mental disorders.
Guli, hi, this is Zainab. Just curious, because from my understanding is that this was a suggestion that was made by the Queen of Belgium, but that essentially consultations are ongoing with UN agencies and other partners around the theme and what it might look like. But it seems that there, from what you're saying, is that there is a tentative topic.
Yeah. See, this was there from the very beginning. So basically, when Italy took it on, that's what they had in mind.
I mean, Italy has a very proud history of community mental health services. The only country in the world that doesn't do ECT, the only country in the world that doesn't build mental hospitals. So they have something to show.
Exactly.
It makes a lot of sense.
So that will be really the focus. Then, you know, if they will also decide to target a certain population, I'm not sure. I don't think they will go very humanitarian. I don't think that's, you know, what they have in mind. Is more really the, you know, the Basaglia legacy.
Yeah, but I think similar to like France, I think we had an important influence in kind of shaping some of the sessions to focus on humanitarian, to focus on children and families, et cetera. So I imagine we will have a similar opportunity as well.
Yeah, possibly, yes. I think the best way with Italy, I mean, that's what I'm doing, is to go through the Italian office, you know, through the IOM mission in Italy, rather than centralized. I think, you know, the same probably for the Federation and probably for WHO, no, will be the case.
We're talking to them. They're very keen on services. They're keen on the thing we do in the World Mental Health Report. Services for people with severe mental illness, and they will be interested in how COVID-19 has affected people with severe mental illness, and they will be interested how people with psychosis and severe mental illness live through an emergency, and that's I'm of course enthusiastic about that, but that they're doing this, but I don't think it will be a summit. I think that's what the focus will be.
Yeah, and probably the humanitarian angle in that could be, as Mark was saying, let's say the promotion of community-based models of care and the institutionalization, you know, and in developing countries. That's or building back better with a community-based approach. That's what I sense could be something that we could sell to them, but really more related to level 3, to level 4 of intervention.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Even in that, we would have a good opportunity to bring it close to our work, which would be very relevant. I'm sorry I had to interrupt again this session because we are over time again. It seems to be a topic of my sessions today. So we are going to take a little bit of a break. Thank you so much, Anne, Mark, Sarah, Fahmi, for these presentations. Thank you, everybody. Keep on adding in the chat if more ideas comes to your mind. We'll take a small break until 6, maybe 6:05.
Yep.
And then we will move on with the next 2 sessions. As you can see, we don't have long break today, but we just want to finish as much as possible. Thank you, everybody, and you again with nice music, and see you in 10.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Mark. I saw your message with Sarah. I don't know what she replied back.
Mark, you're not muted.
Yeah.
I muted it. Sorry, I just muted you guys because Mark was not unmuted. There you go. Hello, everybody. We're going to get back. Sorry, I'm finishing my food, as I reckon many of you are. Thank you so much, everybody. We moving forward. We just have a few more sessions. We're very excited to also have the final discussion. So we really encourage everybody to stay around so we can have that final discussion on the work plan and what are we going to be focusing on efforts this year based on what we've been doing before as well. So I'm going to check if Fahmi is back with us so we can move into the next session. Hello, Fahmi.
Hi, Carmen.
Over to you to guide us through the next session on the M&E framework.
Thank you, Carmen. And the next session is a brief one about a very important tool that we have produced now, which is the monitoring and evaluation framework with the MOVs. And Ananda and Brandon will take us through some of the plans for dissemination. This is a very important tool, not just an M&E framework, but will help enhancing the quality of MHPSS programs and help us for the first time, if rolled out efficiently, in measuring the collective impact of MHPSS at country level. So over to you, Brandon and Ananda. Take us through the plan.
Thank you very much, Fahmi, and thanks everyone. Thank you also, Maya, for sharing the slides. You can go to the next one. So I just want to quickly run through what's new in the version 2.0 of the IASC Common M&E framework, and also say that it's released now as of the end of September of this year, and with huge thanks to Alison Schaefer, who led the process of developing the framework, and also to everyone in the former thematic working group who really contributed, and to all of you, because this was a big product that took a lot of discussions and development, and it's really a great success. So just to clarify what's new, version 2.0 has now 46 indicators, all of which were carried over from the original, with one new indicator added in outcome 1, as we discussed last year in the reference group meeting, about adding an indicator on access to information. There are also over now 50 quantitative and qualitative means of verification in the framework to assess impact level indicators. And then updated guidance on practical tips and steps for using the framework, including selecting these suggested means of verification and adapting them as well. And then also on reporting ME results and lessons learned and feeding that into program decision-making. Another exciting development is the framework is currently being translated, and translations in Arabic, French, and Spanish will be available next week. I've just learned from Maya, and thanks very much to Maya, who's coordinating that big task of translating this document, which is quite heavy. Thank you. And next slide, Maya. So I want to hand over to Ananda, who will tell us about the MOV toolkit that was developed to kind of go along with the framework. And just to introduce that by saying a huge thanks to MHPSS.net for doing this. I had a very primitive idea in mind for what this toolkit might look like, and they took that idea and really made it something very impressive and useful. So thank you to Ananda, and over to you.
Thanks, Brandon. So when Brandon approached us and said, we need somewhere to put these means of verification, because they're open source or accessible kind of resources, but there's more than 50 of them, and they come in different translations and different versions. I think there's something like 180 or more different documents actually within that. We try to figure out how best to kind of present this, and luckily we just done another toolkit which had left us slightly inspired about the prospects. So we sort of quickly tried to adapt that to this, which you can find at the address online. So when you use the new version 2 of the framework, when you click on a particular MOV, it'll take you to this site. It'll actually take you to the specific tool you're seeking. But if you come to MHPSS.net and visit the toolkit, you can also navigate and explore the different tools. You browse the toolkit by area of by domain. So for example, if you wanted functionality, you'd click on functioning there. And could I have the next slide, please? And you'd see something that looks like this. Right, you'd see a list of all the MOVs that correspond to the functioning domain, and you have a number of different filters by age range, resource type, publishing year, language, etc. And let's say you wanted to have a look at Cyclops. Next slide, please. You'd click on that, and there you have the resource. You have different translations. You might have other linked resource, linked documents, and so on. So that basically is how it works. Fairly straightforward, and I hope that you will all, if you haven't yet kind of taken a shot at kind of navigating through the toolkit, please do so. Can we have the next slide, please? So I just want to talk about the fact that, now that we've got the guidance, we've got the MOVs online, we were trying to figure out how best to take this to the world, as it were, right? So we had these two broad objectives. One was that these are really quite significant. This is quite a significant resource that really can, as Fahmi said, increase the quality of MHPSS programs, and also support measurement that demonstrates collective impact. So we wanted to showcase this and show high-level endorsement of this framework. But we also recognize that not everyone feels comfortable with M&E. It can be quite daunting for many people. And we wanted to show that this is also a practical tool that you can use. And we wanted to show people how that is possible. Right? So what we've done is we've conceptualized this, well, 3-stage process. But to start off with, we wanted to have an event, perhaps with that features important people from within the UN system, from within other humanitarian structures, who would give the tool, the framework, the kind of visibility that it deserves, recognizing that that is quite an important thing to do. But we also recognize that we didn't want to just have high-level people speaking about it. We also wanted to get down and demonstrate to people what the framework was and how it could be used. So we decided to have a short endorsement event immediately followed by a second phase, which involves much more small group demonstrations of how the framework can be used, using a practical real-world example of a project that needs to have a M&E strategy developed for it. And we're hoping that this will be done involving perhaps some of yourselves. In January, we've tentatively said the 18th of January, and we hope that this will, engage practitioners as well as people in policy and kind of high-level programming. We recognize that this may be the first time people actually engage with the framework. So what we wanted to do was also think about introducing it, perhaps taking questions in the weeks following it. And then around 4 weeks later, to follow up with a kind of a roundtable kind of clinic or discussion that takes those kind of frequently asked or kind of common questions from the first event and from what we presume will be a kind of a survey in the intervening weeks, and have a group of researchers and practitioners respond to that in terms of how the framework can be used and practically applied. Now, these events are hopefully going to be interesting and engaging, but we recognize that we might want to actually capture some of the statements and some of the demonstrations from these events and turn them into short and slightly longer videos to be made available, publicly available, to support practical orientations that many of us might want to do in the field later. So that's where we are at. Over to you, Brandon.
Thank you so much, Ananda, for that nice overview. And I hope many of us are able to make it to this event, and we'll be sharing it, save the date and so forth soon. Maya, if you could go to the next slide. Thank you. So some other plans for dissemination, like Ananda had just mentioned, we would use some videos in the short term from this event to have sort of an orientation playlist, if you will. But in the longer term, we also plan to be working on an e-learning course that can take someone through the framework and iteratively build on the concepts and hopefully get to a standpoint of being able to develop a log frame and a plan for monitoring evaluation for specific programs. And linked to that would be this idea of a help desk function that we're still conceptualizing, but would be a similar sort of approach of helping to further disseminate and provide some technical support on using this framework, which can be, M&E itself can be quite intimidating. So navigating through the framework with these other dissemination ideas in mind. Maya, if you could go to the next slide. Thank you. So the last thing is we just wanted to ask your thoughts on disseminating the framework and ask specifically for any advice you'd give on these ideas for e-learning, this help desk idea, and other ideas on how to take the tool that is a very nice collection of really strong expertise and get it out there and disseminate it and make it implementable. So I'll stop there. And happy to hear any thoughts or reactions on that. I think, I don't know, Vitsa and Sarah had your hands at the same time. So I'll just say Vitsa because you're at the top of my list, and then Sarah. Sorry, Sarah.
That's not fair. Yeah, I'm wondering if we can lobby at all with people who fund MHPSS programs to not recommend that they use the toolkit as part of concept notes or proposal submissions, but at least name that this is an option for the development of M&E strategies. That might be helpful.
I really like that idea. Thank you. Sarah, and then Marie.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've put in the chat how it's been rolled out in the past kind of 8 months. I know it just came out recently, but there were little kind of inception rollouts that were done in some countries, the Caribbean and Afghanistan in particular, but also I can say from my own agency perspective, a big task that I'm sitting with is trying to integrate the indicators from the M&E toolkit, the interagency one, into our M&E systems that we have within the Red Cross Red Crescent movement. And it means aligning or changing some of our own indicators or tightening them up to make them better align with the common M&E framework. It's a big piece of work. I'm not saying this is easy to do. But I think as technical advisors and as a technical portfolio holders within our agencies, I think that's also one way of getting it quite quickly into our own systems as well. And I know that it's not the best way to do M&E, but a lot of our national societies are just going to look down a list and are going to pluck an indicator out and then look for a means of verification to try and measure it. And it's so making it as simple and as easy for them to do that means that there's a greater uptake of its use ultimately. Thanks.
And hopefully these things like an e-learning course and orientation videos can help with that. Thank you, Sarah. Marie, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering whether in terms of the progress of the events that you listed in your presentation, if 4 weeks between the first one and the last one, is that maybe a bit short? Just as a thought on feedback, if you want for people to have the time to kind of, those who haven't then kind of engaged with it before, to actually have a little bit more time to engage with it before then coming back and getting some more feedback. That was just a process thought. And then apart from that, I think it'd be really interesting to see how potentially we could support the practitioner part. We've been developing an MHPSS indicator at the global level for Save the Children over the last 1.5 years. And it's based on the 6 dimensions and the MOVs in an adapted manner. So that could potentially be an interesting thing to share.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Marie. And I think you might have just volunteered, and so we'll be in touch with you.
Let's see. I'm not promising anything.
We'll be in touch. Thank you. Zainab, please go ahead, and then Ashley. I think we only have 3 minutes left just to save for us.
Thanks, Brandon. No, and I won't take long. Really, it's just to echo and build on what Sarah was saying earlier about how we've been using the monitoring evaluation framework within our own agencies and kind of influencing its uptake in the field. We just developed our global MHPSS multi-sectoral operational framework, and we have developed a log frame which really draws on the common monitoring evaluation framework, the IASC, and essentially we're working to ensure kind of like the shared language about MHPSS approaches and quality practices and implementation. And so the log frame kind of links the IASC framework with our own UNICEF strategic plan and the indicators within it. So it's a really important kind of reference to kind of see how agencies can kind of take this as a foundational document for building an institutional agency log frame, but also how you can systematically and in parallel tie it into an institutional framework for monitoring and evaluation.
Thank you, Zainab. Very helpful example of just what the type of examples we want to show. Thank you. Ashley, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's so exciting to see this on MHPSS.net, and it just makes it really accessible and user-friendly. So congratulations, everyone. And just an idea, food for thought, is we've been talking about help desks for the last 2 days, and I'm curious how we can take all these initiatives and maybe combine them, have different help desks maybe sitting within different agencies based on expertise, because I imagine there's so much that goes into M&E, and there's a lot of questions on how we measure this at country level. So just food for thought is thinking through these help desk functions and maybe combining them in a way.
Thank you, Ashley. Yes, very good food for thought. I think it's a good point about there'd be a lot of overlap and there might be questions to different help desks about M&E if they were separate. So linking makes a lot of sense. Thank you. I think we're out of time, so I will stop there. Thank you everyone for your comments and feedback. And I see there's a lot in the chat I missed, so I'll read those and save those as well. And looking forward to next steps and talking about this further with you. Thank you.
Brandon and Alan, thank you so much. And I know we are running short of time, but I think this topic can be an item in one of our regular calls. We talk every two weeks, and many decisions are taken in these bi-weekly calls. And I invite you and Ananda to share this in one of our regular calls. Another idea to consider, in addition to consultation on helpless, is actually using the interagency MHPSS search. It was used once for an interagency M&E training, and you can build the capacity for a roster who would go also to countries supported by the interagency MHPSS for M&E. I think M&E is a game changer for our field if rolled out in full. So thanks, colleagues, and handing over to Carmen, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for that great discussion. I'm just going to assume that Marie, Zainab, and Ashley are having all hands, and I'm going to move to a very interesting discussion now on, as you know, we've been engaged on the past few years. No, it's okay, Zainab, just to make sure. Over the past couple of years, there's been a big effort to try to identify what are the research priorities on MHPSS that has been led or funded by ELRA, and the MHPSS 2 projects has been achieving a lot of interesting results. So I'm going to invite Anne from ELRA, Bitze from Copenhagen University, and again Sarah, to guide us in this session on the research priorities, where we are with this effort, and what are the next steps. So over to you, colleagues, and welcome, and thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm sharing the screen right, Vitsi and PT. Okay, just a second. This one. I hope I have the right presentation. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see it. Yeah.
Is it full screen for you? Now it's full screen.
Yeah, now it is. Thank you.
Now
Sarah.
it's full screen. Okay. Yeah. So I hope most of you know, but if you don't, there was a research priority setting exercise that was done actually a decade ago, and this is an update of that in a but using a slightly different methodology. And the overall aim of this was under the IASC Reference Group. It was actually in our work plan for 2020 and 2021. And actually, along with the getting the M&E framework finalized and this particular research initiative, they were like my last two big tasks of the co-chair position before I hand it over to Carmen. So it's great to see this coming full circle now. So this presentation, there'll be three of us presenting on it, and then there'll hopefully be time for questions and your inputs at the end. So we're going to provide an overview of the approach taken, the methodology, and also the results, which is kind of the interesting bit, I think, for most of you online here. So the objectives of the study overall is that research can actually be helpful to MHPSS implementation, and there is a need for practitioners, academics, and policymakers to converge a little bit more and to come together, particularly because funding is limited for our area of work, and we still need to continue to build the evidence base for it. So there are still major knowledge gaps and disagreements on priorities for research areas, disagreements both across different profiles of people, so practitioners, policymakers, and academics, but also even within those groups as well. So the exercise that some of you may have taken part in 2011 to 2020, it had limited buy-in actually from practitioners and policymakers. So despite there being the priority areas, they were not necessarily taken forward as much as we would have liked. So how the research was designed for this particular exercise was slightly different, partly to address that issue that we found. And the overall goal of it, again, it's under the auspices of the IASC Reference Group on MHPSS, is to build consensus on the research priorities for mental health and psychosocial support for the next 10 years. So we're looking through until 2030, and also to see if we can align the knowledge needs of the practitioners and again, the interests of researchers, and also to ensure that we have the buy-in from policymakers as well. So the initiative was kindly funded by ELRA under the Research for Health and Humanitarian Crises, which I've just seen have recently launched their, or just publicised the new grantees for their recent round of funding. So congratulations to those agencies that received the funding. And actually Anne Harmer from ELRA is in the meeting. So if you have specific questions for her, you could put them in the chat, or we can also come back to them at the end of the presentation as well. So the R2HC programme is funded by the UK government, what used to be called DFID, and the Wellcome Trust and the UK National Institute for Health Research as well. And just to say that the approach taken this time, in the 2011 version, it wasn't done as overtly under the IASC Reference Group. There was a lot of collaboration, a lot of discussion with the reference group in 2010, 2011, but it wasn't done under the auspices of it. Whereas this time there's been a more direct relationship and link. And it particularly combines research methods or methodologies from the Grand Challenges Initiative and the Child Health and Nutrition Research Initiative, which I know some of you are familiar with. And whilst we did have the 2010, 2011 research prioritization exercise that extended to 2020, this is not a longitudinal study. So there is a comparison. I know that that might come up later in the presentation with Wietse, but it's not a longitudinal study. So just to put that out there in advance. And I'm going to hand over to Pete now for the next slide.
Thanks, Sarah. Hi, everyone. I will be talking through the approach that was taken for the initiative. It was overseen by the Funding and Policy Council, which consists of 15 members and co-chaired by Alistair Agar and Mark Van Ameren. Also, there was a Scientific and Practice Advisory Board comprised of 25 members, co-chaired by Sarah Harrison and Lisa Cole. We also consider the panel members who participated in our 3 surveys throughout the project. 305 members participated in at least one of the surveys, also part of our this research initiative. And then there was an implementation team based at Health Right International that was led by myself. Next slide, please.
I am pressing the button, PT, I promise you, but it's not moving. Okay, hold on, let me unshare and try again, sorry.
I think, Sarah, your laptop is complaining. It kept me open for too long today.
She's had enough, yeah. Let's try this slide.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Is that the right one?
Oh.
The next one.
What? Can you see this now?
Yes.
Okay, so if I go full screen now, what happens? Nothing. Marvelous. Okay, Vitsi, can you continue with this? Peter, can you continue with this one? I'll try and get it full screen.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. So this is the study design. It comprised of 3.5 steps. The first step was, yeah, it goes this full screen now. Thanks, Sarah. The first step was the generation of the research questions, and it comprised of 3 components. We have the panel, invited panel members to participate in an online survey to suggest their research questions. We also conducted a do-it-yourself consultation that we launched a social media campaign, completed a webinar, and disseminated a toolkit so that practice groups in the field can do their own consultation, group consultations, and provide their research questions to us. There was also a qualitative study that was done and coordinated by study coordinators that we enlisted from 3 countries in Lebanon, Indonesia, and in Uganda. All of those research questions that were recommended to us, suggested to us, were then consolidated by our implementation team. We basically grouped the questions together. In total, at the end, there were 61 questions grouped into 6 themes. We did base our themes from the prior priority setting exercise, the first 4 themes, and then for this round, we added an additional 2 themes to the types of research questions that were generated. In step 3, the first part was selecting out of the 61 research questions, the top 20 from the panel members. And this panel member now includes the leaders of the DIY consultations as well. And then the second part of step 3 is the scoring of the selected top 20 research questions according to the 3 criteria that we have set up. And that brings us to the research agenda. Can you click again? Doesn't want to show. Okay. Maybe can you go back to, yeah. What happens if you click next? Okay. All right, so that is just to show the number of participants at the end, as well as the number of research question entries that were generated for each of the components in step 1. All right, here's a breakdown of the in-depth interviews and the focus group discussions that we conducted in the qualitative study. As you can see, we involve service users, implementers, and also policy makers. And this is the results of the top 20 research questions that were selected and scored, and they are grouped, they are ordered by the average score based on the 3 criteria that we asked the panel members to score on, yes or no, on answerability, applicability, and significance of each of the research questions. The colors there do generate, the colors of the questions indicate the themes that they are in. And if you're interested, we can certainly share the full list of the research questions and the themes that were, that we put them in. Heading over to this up.
Thanks, Viti. Yeah, so the previous slide is really the results. You know, that's what we've worked so hard for in the last long period. I know it's a very busy slide, but we wanted to give you an overview of the top 20. we are drawing some lessons from this top 20, but we would be very curious to also hear your thoughts, and we're going to share these results for your inputs. But in very short, what we see is that when you look at the criteria and how they were scored, remember there were 3 criteria: answerability, applicability, and significance. That overall in the top 20, answerability was scored much higher than applicability and significance. So people highlighted research questions that they actually can see a possible research project answering in the coming 10 years. That was really prioritized. Overall, I think it's very encouraging to see that there were agreements, mostly between researchers and practitioners and policymakers, but there were some exceptions. So for example, the policymakers, they scored digital interventions and a resilience-focused question higher. The practitioners scored the integration question much higher. I don't think that featured even for the policymakers, but BT is more grounded in the data than I am. The researchers scored stakeholder participation very high and sustainability very high. But with these exceptions, overall, we saw very high levels of agreement in how these research questions were prioritized. Views from affected populations. We asked the panel members to indicate if they were a member of an affected population. And when people indicated that, their research priorities overlapped with the overall research priorities. I know this is an imperfect way to look at the views from affected populations, but from that we can see that there is, at least in that group, some overlap. I want to press on my computer, but I cannot. So Sarah, thank you. If we compare these results with the results from 10 years ago, I think they're strong. There is really a comparison in terms of it's the similarity that this is very clearly still a practice-focused research agenda. So the research questions that are prioritized are very much oriented towards answering immediately implementable kinds of information. Last time around, problem analysis questions were prioritized super highly. Is that a hint, Sarah? Thank you. The top 2 questions, I think, or at least the number 1 question at that time was a problem analysis question. Problem analysis questions are still prioritized quite highly, but not as highly. So yeah, I'd like to go back and forth to the top 20, but that's going to be challenging. I don't want to give Sarah's laptop some kind of implosion. And MHPSS intervention research still also features very strongly, but we can see that what was prioritized as the number 1, 2, 3, 5 questions in 10 years ago don't even feature in the top 20 anymore. So there are changes. I think a big change is that whereas we previously had quite a few questions on effectiveness, right now the questions are not so much focused on is intervention X effective for Y, but the questions focus more on how do we integrate interventions? How do we train the workforce? How do we develop supervision models? How do we combine interventions? And those types of questions. So there's a move from effectiveness research to more systems and implementation focused questions. What I found surprising is that the context related questions around adaptation and adaptability, around relevance, around the importance of context for intervention implementation, those questions scored lower and largely did not get into the top 20 this time around. We had a special topics theme with COVID and climate change and digital interventions, but only 1 question focused on digital interventions got in the top 20, and COVID and climate change questions did not. And I think that is also quite surprising. And pausing, Sarah, could you move to the next slide, please? So in terms of next steps, we will circulate a briefing note. We would first wanted to get your quick thoughts on how we've interpreted the results. And you may see very different things. It's a lot of information there, so we'd really love to hear from you. Then after the input today, we'll circulate a summary of feedback. And then through that peer review procedure, the main product will be an IASC briefing note that the IASC Reference Group, this IASC Reference Group will develop. We would like to, thanks Carmen, we'd like to set up a thematic group for that. And then there will be a series of derivative briefs for specific populations. R2HC and PT have been working very hard on an interactive tool for a website. And we'd also like to let the scientific community know about these results. But Sarah, maybe you can scroll back to the results slide with the 20. I know it's too much information on one slide, but if you just look at the first 3 questions, I think you can get a flavor of the top 20. The first question is, how can we strengthen the MHPSS workforce in humanitarian settings? So that's the red color is the theme of implementation and organization of MHPSS interventions theme. The second question is, what are the appropriate methods to assess the outcomes and impact, short-term and long-term benefits of MHPSS interventions and approaches? So that links, I think, very well with the M&E toolkit that was just presented. That question is from the theme of research and information management. The third question is also from that theme. The third question is, how can we effectively develop MHPSS monitoring, evaluation, and research systems in humanitarian settings? Yeah, feel free. How many more minutes do we have, Carmen?
In reality, one, but we also a little bit late, so we can.
Thanks, Kuli, for the question. The numbers close to the items are the original numbers, how they were presented to panel members when they scored them. So they don't mean so much, except to check that not everybody scored the first couple of questions very highly and then was bored towards the end. So just a note, for example, the problem analysis questions are the black questions, and you can see that they are still very much there, but they're all more towards the bottom of the top 20.
There's a hand by Kat.
Thanks. I know we're out of time. I just want to jump in and say thanks. This process actually for us at IRC really stirred and opened communication with our research and innovation team. We've been really looking to build that connection stronger with the technical units implementing MHPSS and our research and innovation team. And so because of the way you set this up with the DIYs, we actually co-led that. And that's just spurred really wonderful conversations for us. And as we look towards these results, we're really looking to continue those conversations so that we can identify where we as IRC, but also our research and innovation team can really scale up their work in that MHPSS space. So just the way you created this process was really supportive to us internally. And I think created a really wonderful opening for increased collaboration. So thank you for that and for your work on this, and we look towards continuing that internally and externally.
Thanks, that's really wonderful to hear.
Excellent. Yes, Mark, there's also a hand by Mark.
You're muted, Mark. Sorry.
I'm biased because I'm part of this. But I think this kind of work is incredibly important because there's so much so many people do research for the sake of research because they want to publish or they want to say, you know, we're also doing research, and it's not efficient. So having this is crucial, and having it updated every 10 years makes sense, because we're having a window for what would be the question, what for there's a validity to the findings for a number of years. So the validity of these findings is 10 years. That's how we set up the question. So it's really important. And a big thanks to LRAD for supporting these agencies. I forget all their names, but many of them, to have this work done, but also for all its funding, for all the research on MHPSS over the last couple of years, which has really helped move the field a lot. So it's great.
Thank you. Anne Hammer.
Hi, everyone. Just very quickly and excitingly, as Sarah mentioned, we actually announced today the 8 studies that were funded in our research call from last year. Of those 8, 3 are actually MHPSS studies. And one of them is aligned with the first priority on how can we strengthen the MHPSS workforce. And it's a University of New South Wales study, which is a psychosocial intervention, which is testing a clinical supervision tool. So I just thought it's coincidence because the results weren't published, but I just think that's kind of quite good news. So over, thank you.
Those are excellent news. That's really, really fantastic. A lot of people are clapping. Thank you for sharing, Anne. I also want to highlight that I'm also very excited that we can have a policy brief as an interagency product. I think that also shows the relevance, the interagency relevance of this research and its results. So in addition to all of the other derivative products, I think it's really great that we are trying to have the interagency policy brief. So thank you so much for that. I don't know if there are any other comments, but I think for the time's sake, we're going to thank you all very much. PT, Vitze, Sarah, thank you so much for the presentation. Like all of the other presentations, it will be uploaded in the drive, so everybody can take a look at it. And thank you so much. That's very exciting.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you. Colleagues, I have an ask for a quick vote. So we have the final session. We have a break of 15 minutes and the final session on the looking forward, which will be our discussion on next activities. Fahmi, are you okay with the 15 minutes? Do we want to take a quick vote on maybe continuing and finishing or taking a quick break? Are people more in the mode of stopping for a little bit or finishing a bit early?
The next session would be really a working session. I think it would be good if we take a 10 minutes break.
Excellent. Then that will be...
If that's okay with everyone, unless colleagues would prefer to continue.
Kun, okay, continue, okay. Break, please, perfect. Let's get a 10 minutes break. See you back at 7 or in 10 minutes, depending where you are, 7 for the Europeans, 10 minutes, and we'll see you back just a bit longer. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. 30 seconds and we start. Thanks all colleagues for being on time. We could start again. So in this final part of our 2 days meeting, we will start with something we're doing for the first time, something like a satisfaction survey. We will use Mentimeter for that, and it's a satisfaction survey about this meeting. But also we thought it would be a nice opportunity to get a sense from you if we are on the right track on number of the regular activities we do within the reference group. So we included both quantitative and qualitative components. So Mohsen and Carmen, would you introduce us please to this exercise and tool?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Fanny. Actually, heavy metal is not adequate for this kind of session. Thank you for the suggestion. We'll do that in the next one. Maxine has just copied in the chat the link to the Mentimeter. So all you have to do is just click on that link. If anybody has some issues, let us know. You can also use the code 245061 in the Menti website if that's more useful. But you should all be seeing a presentation with our logo for this session. Please give me a few thumbs up to let me know that you are there.
Should I share my screen?
Yes, Ananda is there. Excellent. And now what I'm going to do is share my screen. This one. Share. Not that one. See, this always happens.
Yes.
This one. No. Yes. No.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Can you see
Yes.
now?
Yes.
Excellent. Brilliant. So here we are. Fanny, over to you.
Thank you, Carmen. Can we go with the first question, please?
Yeah.
So in the first item, we would like to hear first the quantitative component, then the qualitative component regarding your satisfaction on the regular calls. This includes the regular bi-weekly calls, but also the ad hoc calls we do when there is an emergency. Still missing votes from number of colleagues. This is almost half of those who are present who are voting. So we encourage you to vote so we can learn your opinion.
And as you can see, it's anonymous, so you can be honest.
Let us know, please, if you have any technical difficulty and not able to open the site. Couple more votes we received. See, Mai is not able to open it. Maybe Mohsen, if you can please in the chat function advise Mai how to use it.
Okay.
Maybe you can use a different browser, Mai.
Yes, sometimes Chrome or what's the one, Opera work better than others. And Sarah, there's not a don't know option because the answer to that question is we miss you. You have to come more often.
Let's move to the next question, please.
Excellent.
So the next question is a qualitative item on this. We would like to know, why did you select your previous answer? Just in 1 or 2 words, very brief description. Why? Why did you answer very satisfied, satisfied, or neutral? These are the 3 answers we got.
You should be able to write more than once. So if you want to write words separately, the system should let you.
The time, good agenda, efficiency, regular updates. We need more influence, sharing information, give space. Thanks all colleagues, very helpful. Yeah, I agree, Carmen.
Yeah, me too. And I think that the agenda is also important. We're always open to items for the agenda. So always reach out to us. I think the more it's from you, the more useful for everybody.
I think in 2020, 2021, the reference group had the largest number of calls. So this is one of the disadvantages, but also advantages of doing everything remotely. We have been meeting more regularly. Previously, in past years, the annual meeting have been our most important meeting, but I think many of our regular calls are still very important, where important decisions are taken. So very helpful feedback. Thanks to everyone.
Excellent.
We give 1 more minute before we move to the next question, because we still have a number of questions. We will save all this helpful content. I hope, Mohsen, we have a mechanism to make sure that this is all saved, to make sure that we will learn from this.
Yes, we will.
And we will share as part of the report as well.
Excellent. Yes.
Thanks, everyone.
Next one then? Or
writing. Others are writing. So, and this feedback is a treasure. So yeah. We want to continue collecting this valuable treasure. Let's move to the next, so we can hear from you on the other questions as well. Colleagues, this is a question about the surge. How do you evaluate the interagency surge capacity of the IASC MHPSS reference group? Very positive, positive, neutral, negative, very negative.
Seven answers so far. Mm-hmm.
Let's move to the next one, Carmen, please. And can you let us please know, why did you select very positive, positive, or neutral? No more than 3 words, please. But you can send different answers, more than once, timely. Critical, feels the important need. Solidarity, helping countries, filling gaps, huge needs, necessary.
More to Ireland, yeah.
If we can go, no, we wait. Let's wait 1 more minute. Well coordinated. Thank you. Very important. Quickly available, quicker. Too short term. efficient, but they are junior staff.
Yeah, as we all were.
Negative, hosting agency use the surge capacity for benefiting single agency. Useful.
Okay.
Take long time. Great training support.
I think we are now in the loop.
Let's move to the next. Thank you all, colleagues. Colleagues, how would you evaluate the collective MHPSS response by the IASC Reference Group to the COVID-19 pandemic?
Interesting.
Amazing.
Cool. How useful.
I think we reached the saturation. Let's go to the next one. And why? So I think there is the why is missing on that question.
No, is this one is just in terms of highlighting activities.
Okay. In your opinion, what was the highlight activities or products that the IASC MHPSS Reference Group developed for the COVID-19? BPS keep coming up, which is amazing.
I think I need
BPS again.
Line to Jen and Leslie.
Yeah.
It was fantastic to work with them.
And to you, Carmen, indeed. The ops guidance, the children's storybook.
My hero is you.
My hero is you, and it's amazing reach. I agree, amazing reach. BPS for sure. BPS, my hero is you, is operational, the briefing note. Briefing, living with the times coming up. MHPSS.NET toolkit, yeah. Operational considerations, chapter 2.
Specific. Wonderful.
Translation of all resources, indeed. Children book again, operational guidance.
Brilliant.
Thank you, colleagues. Over to you, Carmen, for the next questions, please.
Thank you so much. We continue getting a bit more on your impact, in this case on the newsletter. What is your opinion about the newsletter, from very positive to very negative? And of course, you'll have the opportunity to tell us a bit more in the next question. Something we're very, very curious to learn how we can continue to make it useful. Excellent. I think that seemed to be it. So thank you so much. And in terms of very positive or neutral, what is your feedback? What feedback can you give us, either in the format, in the content, in the regularity? Any ideas? Again, short messages that we can receive from you. So resources are useful to have in the monthly is great. I was kind of hoping you would say, no, we need it only once every quarter. I'm joking. It's really interesting to make as well. Okay, so maybe think about the reorganization of what's the prior and what goes next. Consolidation. Keeps up staying. More new emergencies, excellent. Excellent. We are happy to send the links of the calls, of course. Ah, that's an interesting thing. Maybe they all look too similar in the inbox, and we can read some. That's interesting. We can sort that out. More elements are needed. Diversity, resources and tools. Very good. We're going to take all of this information and use it for the upcoming ones. Excellent. I think this is already going into loop, which is when it starts to do this route and goes back into the beginning. Working groups, that's important. The meeting notes, that's something that we keep on going back and forward about the calls and the notes about them. So we definitely need a bit more discussion on that. Excellent. So the next question is, the last one is, how would you evaluate this one, this annual meeting that we are about to finish? And of course, you're going to give us a bit more detail in the next one. So let us know how this is going today and yesterday. Sorry, I'm just reading the chat. Two more answers. Perfect. Excellent. I think that's more or less, if there's anybody else quickly clicking. If not, very important for us to be able to have better meeting next year. Can you elaborate on that feedback? Ideas, comments, anything regarding the annual meeting? I know, I want to be in person too. Not enough discussion, thank you. Interesting, more days, but a bit shorter, could be an option. We miss you guys. Yes, we need to sort out this so many of us speaking too much and some others in Shire. This is an issue. It's hard with timing indeed to have a smaller groups, but it's
in person, many requests for in person.
Okay, so colleagues in WHO, you have to do something about this pandemic situation, so we can do this. This is your mission. Hopefully, we can do this. So,
okay.
Perfect. Need more interaction with the reference group. As you know, we have the technical working group meeting next week, so it will be interesting to create more synergies indeed. Perfect. This is so useful. We're going to have a lot of opportunities for improving. Yeah, absolutely. This is very, very useful. We will continue to encourage everybody to be more outspoken, and hopefully we'll find ways of making it happen. Regional gatherings would be interesting. True, virtual is better for the environment. It also allows many, it's not that easy to get a wider representation when we have to travel. There is also an issue of access, isn't it, to travel and so on, but we'll find a way. Interesting. We definitely need more representatives of the organizations from different countries. Excellent. This is very useful. I can see that one of the columns is already looping back. So we're going to let a few more seconds for you to write while you know that the next part of the session is going to be looking at the work plan together with not only what we've been doing this year, but what we had as priorities, as you saw in the first slide, and some additions that come from yesterday and from today. So Fahmi, I'm going to go over to you. I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to let it run just in case people want to write a bit more, but I will stop now sharing so we can move to the next part. Thank you everybody for your answers. Very, very useful.
Very helpful feedback, and what we can promise is that we will read it carefully and we'll get advice from you on how to integrate this feedback into each and every activity you provided to us inputs on. And I think this exercise is good. I don't think we frequently get the opportunity to do this type of satisfaction surveys, but it's good learning.
Opportunity to open the camera for a few seconds. Sarah, only to echo the congrats, being so grateful to the support from BHA, to the support from the Netherlands, and to everybody, because the reference group is everybody in this call, and all of your colleagues in your agencies, and what we achieve as a group is really stunning. Oh, that's how I feel. Oh, hello, we have even younger audience. So wanted to just from my side say a very quick thank you to all of you for an amazing year, my first year as co-chair. I knew how much it goes from the other side because I've been a member like all of you, but it's even more impressive when you are in this side, seeing what all of you do all the time in bringing MHPSS to the next level. So thank you from the bottom of my heart, and thank you for these 2 days of being with us. Maya, Mohsin, your stars. And Fahmi, over to you.
Thank you so much, Carmen. I'm grateful to Maya and Mohsen for their support throughout these 2 days. Thanks all colleagues for your engagement, for your inputs. I think it was wonderful 2 days. I learned a lot, and it was great to work with you all during these 2 days. Most importantly, also during this year, 2020 and 2021 was not like any other years. It was really an honor. It was a pleasure during this year to serve as a facilitator for the function of this group. It was also a pleasure and a career highlight for me to witness also during this year how MHPSS is advancing and be able together with all of you to contribute to it. Thanks all colleagues, and have a great evening. And by this we close the meeting for today. Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
you, everybody.
Bye. Thanks so much.
And thanks, Carmen and Fahmi.
Bye-bye.
Yes, thanks, Carmen, Fahmi.
Thank you.
And
all your boys are there, Marie.
Wow.
Really, really good.
It's the whole family party.
Hello, Elise. Kids, how are you? Oh, we have such a wonderful audience. We didn't know we were being listened by the smallest.
Suddenly we get to see. I think we should have had the children hear the entire meeting. That would have really been lovely.
Especially a Santa and a gingerbread man.
Thank you, Fahmi and Carmen. Great facilitation.
Thank you. Thank
Bye, Elise. Bye, Mace. That's Mace, no, or not?
Thanks so much, everyone.
No, this is Samuel, my youngest. Samuel. Oh, really? You mixed them. Okay.
Have a nice evening, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks all.
Night. Great to see you all.